Good morning or evening, wherever it is. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to stretch a little bit. Find that the ankles are a good spot to stretch. Work up into the thighs. Those legs need a lot more movement than we're used to. This is from the Book of the Dead, or its actual name was Becoming by Day, which was essentially resurrection into life. Ani saith, Hail thou whose strides are long, who comest forth from Anu. I have not done iniquity. Hail thou who art embraced by flame, who comest forth from Karaba. I have not robbed with violence. Hail Fintiu, who comest forth from Kemenu. I have not stolen. Hail devourer of the shade, who comes forth from Karnet. I have done no murder. I have done no harm. Hail Nahor, who comes forth from Rastol. I have not defrauded offerings. Hail God in the form of two lions, who comes forth from heaven. I have not minished oblations. Hail thou whose eyes are of fire, who comes forth from salt. I have not plundered the god. Hail thou flame which comest and goest. I have spoken no lies. Hail crusher of bones, who comest forth from Surthin Henen. I have not snatched away food. Hail thou who shootest forth the flame, who comest forth from Herpataka. I have not caused pain. Hail Koror, who comes forth from Amentet. I have not committed fornication. Hail thou whose face is turned back, who comes forth from thy hiding place. I have not caused shedding of tears. Hail Bast, who comes forth from the secret place. I have not dealt deceitfully. Hail thou whose legs are of fire, who comes forth out of the darkness. I have not transgressed. Hail devourer of blood, who comes forth from the block of slaughter. I have not acted guilefully. Hail devourer of the inward parts, who comes forth from Mabet. I have not laid waste the plowed land. Hail Lord of right and truth, who comes forth from the city of right and truth. I have not been an eavesdropper. Hail thou who dost stride backwards, who comes forth from the city of Bast. I have not set my lips in motion against any man. Hail Sartiu, who comes forth from Arnu. I have not been angry and wrathful except for a just cause. Hail thou being of twofold wickedness, who comes forth from Arti. I have not defiled the wife of any man. Hail thou two-headed serpent who comes forth from the torture chamber. I have not defiled the wife of any man. Hail thou who doest regard what is brought unto thee, who comes forth from Pam Su. I have not polluted myself. Hail thou chief of the mighty, who comes forth from Abenket. I have not caused terror. Hail thou destroyer, who comes forth from rage. Hail thou Kesu, I have not transgressed. Hail thou who orders speech, who comest forth from Warit. I have not burned with rage. Hail thou babe, who comes forth from Uab. I have not stopped my ears against the words of right and truth. Hail Catanempty, who comes forth from Cataminet. I have not worked grief. Hail thou who bringest thy offering. I have not acted with insolence. Hail thou who orderest speech, who comes forth from Ornaset. I have not stirred up strife. Hail Lord of faces, who comes forth from Nershvet. I have not judged hastily. Hail Sekariu, who comes forth from Urten. I have not been an eavesdropper. Hail Lord of the two horns, who comes forth from Sais. I have not multiplied words exceedingly. Hail Nefertemu, who comes forth from Herpetaka. I have not done neither harm, nor I have done neither harm nor ill. It's nice to know that everything you've done in your life has been of a just cause, that has had proper motive of genuine help. I pulled a card mentioning the Dark Healing Chamber, Temple of Black Obsidian. And that temple, that healing chamber, that dark healing chamber is away from prying eyes. It's away from anybody who can see what you're actually going through. That allows you to heal, it allows you to develop, it allows you to put things together that other people are going to overlook. And they're going to play down if you ever mention it. So just don't mention it and do what you know. In any regards, I am a bit compelled to go back to our Dante's Inferno. However, in order to add to growth, to add to some actual information that can truly change your life, level 1 of meditation, which is carried out in 3 stages. It's positioning the self as the performer of the meditation and the undertaking in place of our person. It is important to realize that our person is a limited, conditioned, and defined an entity. It is composed of a portfolio of capabilities, incapabilities, on and on and on. We can go on about that. There are definitions that people put within something. Even we ourselves have definitions that we put ourselves within. Let me adjust one thing. If you are on TikTok, we are live on YouTube, youtube.com/Cetra, the name at the top left there. Much better quality. The level 2 of meditation corresponds to the exertion of our will to establish the domination of the law of God or cosmology. When we use Tahuti, Mahat, divine wisdom, when we use wisdom over our thinking, our feelings, and actions, this is what we're getting to. This is where meditation is helping us get to, is so that we can get out of the bubble of emotional entanglement and we can make a wise decision because we know where we're going. So this is really what meditation is getting at. I'm going to jump over a bunch of the other things. Level 3 of meditation is carried out and the corresponding to the ability to utilize the divine powers and the omniscience of the spirit as a result of having established the law of God as the guide for living. 3 stages of meditation. Each stage has 3 stages. We're going to get into the details here. All right. And as we're getting into it, there is going to be information that's covered in the book that isn't obvious to the listener or the reader at first glance or at first hearing. So I will pull back and explain as necessary. The first meditation aims at positioning Al-Sawr as the executor of the meditation. Al-Sawr is the mind unbound, the free willing intelligence within the indwelling intelligence, unlimited. Nefert Ra and Sehu will go into mediumistic trance chanting the words of power Ong Asar Hung while visualizing themselves wearing a white crown. Before performing such a meditation, they would have thoroughly studied the metaphorian of Al-Sawr and the meaning of Al-Sawr as the indwelling intelligence that is guiding all of their spiritual, their subconscious, and physiological functions. All of this information is to be equated with the white crown of Al-Sawr. As a result, the act of visualizing ourselves wearing this crown symbolizes our identification of ourselves as the embodiment of the ideas associated with Al-Sawr. But more importantly, it enables us to express this act of identification without verbal thinking, the left side of the brain activity which resists the internalization of consciousness. This is to say that it enables us to think with the right hemisphere of the brain, which is in charge of the internalization of consciousness. This is the meaning of the Kemetic teaching to the effect that what the house of the Netar of the Supreme Being dislikes is much talking. Pray thou with a loving heart, the utterances of which are all in secret. The talking during prayer, the meditation, is the verbalization of our thoughts. The praying, which is uttered in secret, is conducted through the graphic representation of our thoughts. This can be proven by comparing the attempts to meditate with verbalized thoughts in comparison to using imagery. The fact that mental chattering is inimical to meditation and that and that visualization aids it is well known to seasoned practitioners of meditation. Another important reason for bypassing the left side of the brain resides in the fact that it is the seat of our segregative or disintegrative thinking and behavior. It is dominated by Set, the evil principle within us. It is the origin of the thoughts that delude us. It's important to realize that the scope of this meditation is limited to initiating the process of identification of the individual with their own self. The realization of this identity and the struggles to establish it make up the theme of level 2 of the meditation process. It is also important not to equate the process of this stage of meditation with Western hypnosis. The individual is not being hypnotized into accepting the idea that his true self is Asar. We must always keep in mind that Asar is not an idea. Asar, Osiris is Greek, and which is Asar would be the Egyptian term. Anyways, though Asar is not the actual entity, it's the inner intelligence within our own being to which we are returning our identity. The closest that this meditation comes to hypnosis will be seen in those cases in which a person's ability to perform a particular task at a certain level is restored through hypnotherapy. The person is led to identify with his original capabilities in place of the faulty performance that has replaced the former. It is not uncommon for athletes and artists to restore their confidence or bring out their full potential through hypnotherapy. The major difference between the method employed here versus hypnotherapy resides in the fact that here the individual is identifying with the indwelling intelligence as their own self, whereas in Western hypnotherapy, they maintain that the person, the lower part of being, as their identity. While our method avails itself to the omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence of the inner intelligence of our being, Western hypnotherapy confines the individual to the limitations of the personality. We must remember that our persons are defined entities. Some are martial, others lunar, others mercurial, and so on. Each represents a set of capabilities and limitations. Just gonna fill my cup of coffee. The second meditation that must be done is the stage involves chanting the word of power Ong Osar Hung while visualizing your person wearing a white crown of Osar as you plant a grain of cereal or corn or barley. And if you're curious, the word is Ong, A U, N is in Nancy, G is in George. Second word, Osar, A is in Apple, U, S, A, R. And the last word, the third word, Hung, H as in Henry, U, N is in Nancy, G is in George. And you see this grain of cereal grow into a tree full of ears of grain. This is a right side of brain way of expressing number one, your understanding that yourself, your indwelling intelligence, is the source of all prosperity and sustenance in your life. It also, number two, states that from one comes many. This is to remind you that Asar, yourself, is the one and only self dwelling in all things. It is also symbolical of the fact that all of people's problems stem from their failure to identify with their true self. They thus invent millions of false causes for man's problems and, of course, millions of like solutions. While Sehu has been blaming his lack of advancement on the abilities of others to appreciate his true worth, Nefertara has been oppressing herself with the belief that life is just not fair. Why me? She asks herself over and over again. The truth is that all problems stem from the lack of knowledge of self, or that the true self is the indwelling intelligence. Once is known and taken as a base from which to build our thinking, feeling, and action patterns, then we will avoid and solve problems. That is, from one measure comes the solution to all problems. Now, this unitary outlook on life is the true basis of monotheism. The next set of meditations of the first stage aims at breaking the indiscriminate imitation flaw of the ninth sphere. This next set of meditations of the first stage aims at breaking. I got that. The third meditation at this stage involves chanting the Hekal Ong Vong Duhung. That's Ong. We spelled that already. Vong is V as in Victor, A as in Apple, N as in Nancy, G as in George. The third word is Duhung. D as in delirious, U, H as in Henry, U, N as in Nancy, G. Once you're in trance, seek to recall one of the earliest times in which you manifested a particular emotional or sensual behavior. You will always discover that their earliest manifestations occurred when you were a child. Make the attempt to relive, not just to remember the situation, and you'll notice that you expressed such behavior because you had no other opinion, no other option. You lack the experience and the intellectual maturity to react rationally and philosophically to the situation. So you had no choice but to follow the emotions that reflected themselves in your awareness. You must therefore proceed to meditate on the fact that now that you are an adult, now that you have ideas in place of emotions through which to express yourself, if you are going to continue this childlike behavior, you must make a commitment to go and seek counsel for the life's problems from a child. You must also take note of the fact that the emotional expression of anger, sensual craving, fear, shyness, greed, jealousy, and so on are not only common to both man and animals, but are the primary mode of expression of the latter. And while man has superior intelligence through which to alter their behavior, we must ask ourselves then, especially during the trance state, but at all times in life, how can we claim to be superior to animals if we allow our emotions and sensualism to direct our thoughts and actions? We must also identify each of these emotions which originate in our animal spirit, the Kari beat, which with one of these symbols of the Shesh Mertut Netar, Western biologists have just recently discovered that the human brain is in reality a number of brains, some of which are the centers for the traits that we share with animals. This fact was known to the Kemetic priests thousands of years ago. They communicated this information through their hieroglyphic constructions of human headed animals and animal headed humans, Anpu or Anubis, the jackal headed man symbolizing the cunning and cleverness that man shares with the canine species, also with the baboons and other apes. The hawk, a trainable bird of prey, was used to symbolize the higher combative and destructive aspects of man's spirit. These are the deities Heru, Hirkurti, Sakar, and so forth. And uncontrolled sensualism, for example, was equated with the pig, a correspondence of the deity Set, which symbolizes the destructive nature of an unbridled, strong sensual desire and drive. It is founded on the fact that the pig is known for its greed, which does not stop at even eating its own piglets. One must meditate with the following aims: to realize that to follow our emotions is to imitate the animal part of the spirit, and to detach our identity from our emotions. A major source of delusion and spiritual bondage comes from the belief that our emotions are expressions of ourself. People are in the habit of saying, "This is the way I feel. This is what I desire. I like so and so." The tree of life offers us a means of seeing the difference between our own self, which resides at sphere 1, with its root in 0, and our emotions and sensual passions, which reside at sphere 10. We can begin to break these false identifications by seeing our emotions and cravings for what they are, expressions of the animal part of our spirit, the Kairi beat sphere 10. The ultimate goal of our meditations is the return of our focus of consciousness to the unprogrammed and unconditioned part of our spirit. Again, I must remind the reader, the listener, that these meditations are not to be conducted through verbal thinking. The information associated with each symbol of the Sheshmatut Natar must be thoroughly studied, understood, and accurately amplified. While you are in trance at that particular time, you must see your person with the head or body of the animal symbolizing your emotion or desire, indulging in an emotional situation. Jealous or hateful people might see themselves as serpents, filled with venom or ill will, waiting to ambush others. All negative emotions can be symbolized as worms eating away at one's vital force. Ra. Sehu, whose emotional problem is one of selfishness, the eighth sphere, will see himself as a canine or a jackal or a dog. Have you noticed how dogs, for the most part, do not like to share their food? Nefert Ra will see herself on her job as the goddess Sekhmet, the lion headed destructive aspect of the sun's desert and bareness making power. Now, please note that the third meditation is subdivided into four components. The fourth meditation at this stage involves chanting the Hekal Ong Wang Duhung, which would be the same spelling that we gave for the last one. And if you weren't present for that, that'd be Ong, Aung, N as in Nancy. Second word V, A, N as in Nancy, G, and Hung, D as in delirious, U, H as in Henry, U, N as in Nancy, G as in George. As you're in the trance, seek to recall one of the earliest instances in which you imitated your present emotional expression from someone else. And you will notice that in most cases this took place when you were a child, and meditate with the aim of realizing that the emotion that you are presently harboring has its roots in the indiscriminate imitation of others. And this is a form of age regression meditation. This brings us to level 1 of the meditation process, stage 2, sphere 8. The first set of meditations aims at positioning Asar as the foundation of the reasons that we give ourselves for our beliefs, all ways of feeling and acting. Now, people are in the habit of basing the rationalizations of their actions on their identification with their persons, in contrast to our indwelling intelligence, which is unconditioned. Each person is the embodiment of a set of conditioned behavioral patterns. Fear, anger, sensitivities, shyness, failures, likes, dislikes, and other shaping factors of personalities serve to limit an individual's ability to achieve their goals, not just simply from the fact that emotions can make them act irrationally or paralyze their capacity for action, but more importantly, from the fact that they can interfere with the activity of the indwelling intelligence. This is symbolized as the killing of Alsar by Set. We must therefore realize that it is not a simple matter of thinking positively, which must, in the long run, fail. as long as the individual continues to identify themselves with their person, which is in essence limited in its capabilities. Now, a positive cannot succeed if it is contradicted by an innate limitation of the personality. We must therefore identify with the free part of ourselves, the indwelling intelligence, in order for our positive thoughts to be successful. And the chief meditation of the stage is suggested by the function of one of the deities in the sphere, and that would be Anpu, Anubis, and he is the embalmer of all Sar, and assists in the mummification. In the Sheshmatut Natar, embalming and mummifications symbolize the incorruptibility of the higher parts of the spirit. The initiate who has elevated their consciousness to this level is beyond the decadent influences of earthly beings, which are symbolized by worms. These earthly things, worms that corrupt us, are the earth born ideas, the sebol, that we hold about ourselves and life. Sebol is an Egyptian word. As we saw, they originate in the left side of the brain, sphere 8 of the Sahu man. They are the emotion based rationalizations that we give ourselves to justify indulging in following our emotions and sensualism. I am only human, so naturally I had to, or couldn't, etc. I didn't live truth, but I am doing my spiritual work. To overcome this way of thinking, we must thoroughly study and understand the fact that our true self, the all soul, is beyond the influence of emotions. No matter how often and how strongly they reflect themselves in our awareness, we can resist and ignore them. What would happen if you didn't respond as an emotion suggested? Make an honest and determined effort to ignore them the next 10 times that they visit you, and you will see that they really don't have power over you. It is for this reason that emotions, the Sibol, are called the children of the impotent revolt. In the Portem Heru, the Egyptian Book of the Dead that we read a portion of earlier, most people are controlled by their emotions, mainly because they believe that they must follow them, or because they they believe that the emotions are the validators and justifiers of their actions, as if emotions were signifiers of truth. Most people believe that they cannot do what they don't feel and must do what they feel. All of the ideas of the self-indwelling intelligence's imperviousness to emotions and sensualism must be equated to the depiction of Asar as a mummy, chanting the words of power, the Hekol Ong Aing. That would be Ong A-U-N as in Nancy G, Aing A-I-N as in Nancy G, until you are in deep trance. Ong Ang, Ong Ang. And once you get into that trance, recall the rationalization that you give yourself for indulging in emotion while seeing yourself unmoved by it. Visualize yourself as the mummy also. The objective is for you to get in the habit of reasoning that if you identify with your true self as opposed to your person, you can never use your emotions as justification of your actions. When we get to stage 4 of the meditation process, we'll see how the rationalization faculty, the eighth sphere, Sibek, helps us to become impervious to temptations, how it embalms us or prevents moral decay. Neferra must reject the belief that she cannot help getting upset by other people's lack of capability, as this fieriness is an intrinsic quality of her personality. The mirror. She cannot become a calm person by simply nourishing positive thoughts to the effect. She must identify with herself, Asar, which is able to manifest any behavior and personality that is required. We'll have more to say on this in the third stage. Sehu's belief that his goal of achieving financial security can only be reached by devoting all of his time to his personal pursuits. This will be transcended by his realization that as his true self is the same self in others, and what he does for others, he does for himself. His true self is not bound by time and energy, limitations in the accomplishment of its goal. The indwelling intelligence directs thousands of physiological functions at the same time. By identifying with it as our true self, we are able to transcend the limitations of our persons. This identification is the opening of the way. Our rationalizations of what we can and can't do, which are the intrinsic limitations of our personalities, close the way to the working of our indwelling intelligence in the totality of our being. It limits the self to the task of directing the subconscious, the mental, and bodily processes. To sum up, the objective of meditation at this stage is the realization that as our true self is infinite in its potential to know and do, we must never accept any limiting thought regarding the things that we need to accomplish in life. We must always be ready to say, I can, with the understanding that this I is not the complex of capabilities, limitations, and inclinations that we call our personality, but the unconditioned, hence infinitely capable, indwelling intelligence of our being. Also, now that we have positioned the infinite potential part of our being, the indwelling intelligence, as executor of the meditation, and have brought our rationalizations of what we want in harmony with the self, we are now ready to meditate on achieving the goal. A fundamental principle at work in this stage is based on the fact that our life force does not make distinctions between the actions that we visualize during trance and the same actions when they are carried out physically. Western scientists have objectively verified that the visualization of ourselves doing exercises while in a mild state of trance affects the same physiological response as actual exercising. Many athletes and artists are currently improving their performances in this manner with the help of hypnotherapists. The spirit or the subconscious does not distinguish between a successful performance of singing or playing tennis or typing or lectures or whatever the case that is carried out in one's imagination during trance from one that is carried out physically. To wait for the success in this physical performance of an act before you can feel confident of your ability to succeed is backward and dangerous. In the mediumistic or sleep, the hypnotic mode of trance, the animal spirit, with all of its conditioned resistances to change, is lulled to sleep. And this enables us to carry out perfect performances in our imagination while in trance. On the other hand, we might hit or miss our objectives when we physically carry out our actions without such preparations. If an individual were to conduct 100 perfect lectures of 100 perfect lectures or golf swings in the entranced imagination, as far as the spirit is concerned, the individual has in actuality perfectly performed these acts, even though they have never been done physically. When the time comes for these actions to be done physically, the spirit will guide the body to the flawless execution of the acts. This is due to the fact that the spirit, the subconscious, is the executor of all our actions. We are just not simply speaking of some esoteric way of rehearsing. Now, all behaviors and physical functions are controlled by matrices composed of subatomic energy and matter. And this energy and matter is the substantial basis of our thoughts. We must realize that the sounds, the images that are perceived as thoughts, must be formed from some type of energy or matter. It is this energy or matter that we manipulate into images to direct and control not only our physiological and emotional behavior, but events in the social dimension of our lives, as well as the environment, as you will verify from your success in meditation. Seeking assistance from your God, whichever one you follow, wherever your faith guides you to go, and seeking assistance from them. And they, from one, another will protect you. And these are expressions that can only be placed in proper perspective through the tree of life. While our self is located at sphere one and is unconditioned and unqualified, personalities are located at sphere 9 and are conditioned by the set of qualities of the 10th sphere. And where the 10th sphere, the animal spirit, the Kairi beat, emphasizes the fiery mode, the Aries, the Scorpio, the Leo of the life force, the individual's Ka, or their personality, barring illness and so forth, excels at fiery tasks and challenges. The person is zealous, enterprising, quick in deciding and acting, short tempered, a leader through force of character, and so on. But this heat, which makes this type of person successful when challenged to respond in a fiery manner, will be the cause of failure when challenged to meet the situation that requires calm reflection and flexibility of the watery type of personality, or the persuasive and clever rhetorical skill of the earthly or of the earthly personality, or when challenged a long protracted fight that requires the blend of law and power of the airy personality type. Thus, we can understand the indivisible duality between the two components of our being. Hence, man is called an individual. The self is the constitutional component, and the person, which is the function. This is to say that the constitution or law of our being, which is the self's infinite capacity of expression, is united at our birth to a finite functional complex, the personality. A fiery person, for example, will not find in their personality portfolio the means of genuinely, convincingly, consistently, and most importantly, satisfying to their nature, being calm and yielding in confrontations. Similarly, the watery person will be afflicted when called upon to be zealous or enterprising and domineering. In the archaic mode of speaking, each person must seek assistance from the personality complex, the one that governs the set of behavioral attributes that are outside of our natal personality. Since we are each born in intimate association with only one of these 7 personality types, the practice of invoking or evoking, calling out the non-natal personalities seems to the spiritually immature, as if beings external to ourselves were being called upon. We must clarify this point. Although all personalities are latent in ourself, the other 6 that a person is not born with are outside of her person. Unfortunately, this subtle arrangement inside the self but outside the person has given rise to the widespread belief that the deities are outside of us. To invoke a deity, then, is to call a personality complex out of its latent state from within the self and actualize it as a temporary substitute to our natal personality. The fact that the non natal personality complex that is needed to solve the problem must be called out of its latent state from within the self underscores the premise of the first stage of meditation. We cannot benefit from the infinite potential of the indwelling intelligence if we do not identify with it as our true self, which transcends all personality qualities. We cannot call out behavior from our personalities that are not intrinsic to them. Calmness cannot come out of fire. Zealousness cannot come out of earth or water, and so on and so on. Thus, to the degree that we can identify with Asar, we can manifest personality qualities that are not natal to us. We find many chapters of transformations in the Partem Heru, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, in which the initiate, the deceased, who has realized themselves as Asar, is thus able to transform themselves into a hawk of gold, Heru, Ptah, a phoenix, a lotus, Tamu, Sobek, and so on. We read in one particular plate, which is titled 27, said Asar the scribe Arni, justified in peace. I came into being from the unformed matter. I came into existence as Kepre, the principle of transformation. I unfolded into plants. I am hidden in the tortoise. I am the ter, the atoms, the essence of every deity. I am yesterday as the four and the aureus of the seven which came into existence in the east. Now note that the initiate, the scribe Ani, they addressed Asar, showing they addressed is the scribe Ani is addressed as Asar, showing that he has achieved this level of being. Unlike Western scholars who claim that man evolved from apes, the Kemetic sages taught that man came from the unformed matter, the Pot. Note that his self, the Asar, is the Te, the essence or atom of all the deities. The four of yesterday correspond to the four fundamental transformations of the life force, the four elements underlying the seven personalities, of which the initiate says that he or she is their Uraeus. Another important concept to be comprehended deals with the manner in which changes in our behavior and life is achieved. An effect of anti polytheism has been the substitution of abstract ideals for deities, which we have seen are personality complexes. As a result, people will pray or meditate on getting courage or patience and so on, which are abstractions, instead of meditating on manifesting the entire personality complexes that govern the attributes. Now, this takes us back to the Sheshmatut Netar. The spirit can only react to wholes, concrete thoughts, images, and sensations. Now, while it cannot react to the abstract word evil, it can react to the image of something considered so. Now, unless the former gives rise to the latter in the person's mind. In the same way, it cannot react to the fractional abstraction, courage, but it can react to the description, a concrete indication of a personality having courage as one of its qualities. Good creative writers know this well. To move their readers, they know that they must show more than they tell. Now, this is why the Christian tradition promotes the concrete image of the life and suffering of Jesus above the concepts regarding the Father in heaven. The truth is to be found in the fact that the Father in heaven is just too abstract to serve as a model for affecting the spirit of its followers. The process is better known in Africa, where it is well known that there are seven distinct personality types, archetypes, which cannot be united into one synthetic archetype, as the Christians have tried to do with Christ. Now, each deity is the archetype or perfect exemplar for a specific personality type. Heru in Kamit and Shango in Jakarta with the Yorubas is the archetype of mature manhood, fatherhood, male leadership, and kingship. All set in Karmit is Yamea with the Yorubas is the archetype of mature womanhood, motherhood, female leadership, and queen mothership. Hirokuti and Kamit Orgun with the Yorubas is the archetype of the enterprising, the pioneering, defensive, and aggressive personality type, and so on. So rather than meditate on the fractional abstraction, courage, for example, we bring out the latency, the full personality complex, a whole of either Heru or Hirokuti. The process is exactly as that encountered in the practice of homeopathic or Chinese medicine. We don't prescribe medicines for fractions such as suppressed menses or fever. We consider the entire complex of systems and, if needed, all of the personality traits of the patient and search for a remedy which addresses the entire complex. For example, what will truly cure, not just palliate, the suppressed menses of a fiery woman, will not only fail to help a similar disorder in mild women, but may even aggravate the condition. Nefert Ra will therefore meditate on manifesting Het Hiru as opposed to the fractional abstraction of becoming a calm person, or so on. Visualizations of her womb healing, and she will chant a hekal of Het Heru, Ong Tong Surcha Ha Het Hert. That's Ong, Aung, Tong, Tan, as in Nancy G. That was T, like is in telemeter. Sucha is S as in Samuel, U, T as in Tom, C, H as in Henry, A as in Apple, dash A, and then Het, which is HET dash HERT. And just to let you know, if you're watching on TikTok, quality is pretty low there. We are on YouTube, youtube.com / Cetra, right there. Setchra. Now, once she is in trance, she will see herself wearing the crown of Heru, dressed in yellow and green to enhance the required mood. Visualizing herself thus, and she will recall those recurring situations in which she tends to function in a fiery manner, but seeing herself functioning in a sweet, yielding, and mild manner, and she will support this meditation by indulging in lively music, keeping herself entertained, surrounding herself with beautiful things and other correspondences to the deity Heru. As she works more and more with the Hekal, the word of power, the mantra, and its energies flow into energy, energize the imagery of the meditation. Nefertara will then Nefertara will find a growing motivation to function as ritualized, and once she begins to manifest the desired behavior, which will be established at the end of the fourth stage of the meditation process, the avoidance of fiery behavior and the expression of sweetness in the face of confrontation will result in a lowered metabolic rate, which is conducive to the healing of the ovaries, increase in body fat, and so forth. Since Sehu was told that Mahat will help him achieve his goal, he will enter into trance with the heckle of Mahat. Ong Shring. Ong, A-U-N-G, Shring, S-H-R-I-N-G. Crowned with Mahat's feather, he will see himself giving some of his time and skills to his community. The bringing of balance into his life will be symbolized by the visualization of himself holding a scale with his heart in one pan and Mahat's feather in the other. It symbolizes the balance between all complementary elements, and in this case, the needs of the person and those of the group. In the chapter on initiation, it was said that this stage also corresponds to the intensification of the life force. And let's recall the observation that our emotions are the physical driving force of the spirit, and nothing that is willed can be realized if there is no emotive force behind it. A mistake that most people make is to think of joy as an effect or as the reward for success, when it is the psychic motive force that is needed to succeed. The motive force can be cultivated by a practice known in the yogic tradition as Asvini Mudra. It consists of the rhythmic contraction and relaxation of the perineal muscle. This is the small annular muscle that is contracted in order to stop the urine in midstream. It is also the muscle that goes into spasms at the moment of sexual arousal and orgasm. The practice of Asvini Mudra as well as Mula Bandha throughout the meditation at this stage generates a feeling of sexual arousal, which the spirit, unlike the rational part of our being, does not distinguish as sexual excitement. To the spirit, this pleasure is associated with the contents of the mind during trance. As far as the spirit is concerned, Sehu is experiencing pleasure from sharing, and Nephra is enjoying being sweet in the face of confrontation. And as we have shown earlier, the sharing and the sweet behavior carried out in the entranced imagination are as real to the spirit as the physical undertaking of the actions. It is important to realize that the method given here for conducting this stage of the meditation process is a mere adaptation of the actual practice, which consists of a full blown ritual involving trance induction through chanting, drumming, dancing, and the use of many other techniques. It is important to pay particular attention to the special manner in which the words person, individual, and self are being used in this book. While they are generally used synonymously, their etymology shows that they are fundamentally different in meaning. Person is compounded of per, which is through, plus son, son, which is sound. We have seen that the various personalities are expressions of the deities, the words of power, sounds, working through the lower part of the spirit. At times, for the sake of communication, I will sometimes use lower self for person. It corresponds to our being at the ninth and tenth sphere levels. Self is a term allied to the concept of identity. It is thus reserved in this book for the higher part of being. This will be understood by the capitalization of the term as self or by the construction true or higher self. It corresponds to our being at the first sphere level and zero. Individual is compounded of indivisible and dual. It is obvious that this word, like person, is not the kind of word that accidentally comes into being at the fish market or the barber shop. It's created by men working on a subject with the precision and discipline that is demanded by chemistry and mathematics. Individual thus denotes the indivisible duality between the higher and the lower parts of one's own being, the self and the person. It corresponds to being at the sixth sphere, the point of supreme equilibrium on the tree of life. Not really, if you called it or not, that information really changed my life. Because a lot of what is talked about, a lot of what is seen, a lot of what's interacted with in the world is, we have these ideas of a savior, we have these ideas of a god, we have these ideas those gods aren't our gods, and all that it puts man fighting, saying my god's more superior, and we live with that, right? But the words that were just shared, and that book is, I recommend it, you can find it online, Matu Netar, Volume 1, there's many different volumes. Very, very, very good book, very good book. But as it was bringing out, these words of power activated a latent aspect within the self. We are naturally one portion, Capricorn and Sagittarius, or that or this, and we have that personality type, and we're usually always like this. That's, that guy's always running, that guy's always working, that guy's always sitting. And what we just read said, well, through some words, you can activate from within your own being aspects that you previously didn't have. It's like driving your car in first gear for 20 years of your life, and then you're like, wait a second, I have a second gear? You keep going along, I got a third gear? I don't have to only go in this one mannerism that I've been trained my whole life? No, you don't. And you're not paying homage to a god. You're not calling upon. You are the Savior. You are the divine being. You are the light. You are the God. And it's bringing them out. And the only way to truly do that is to really, at least for myself, I had to start listening to other people. I had to start getting out of my own box, my own cage of accepted reality. And I got some other stuff to share here. And so that word evoke is bringing the energy out. It's allowing that energy to exist outside of us. We return to who we natally are, who we naturally are. Our energy returns and comes back. It doesn't change. Who you are is who you are. I do always encourage journaling, note-taking, um, even utilizing YouTube or TikTok or any of the Instagram, any of the even at home, or self doing it for yourself, saving the videos, even as a shortcut. But document the progress. Document one day or 1 week to the next. You don't have to do it every day, but take a note of it. Do some video of it, so that if you get down the road and you feel lost, you can actually go back over your journaling, your notes. You can go back over your videos, and you can be like, where did I take a left turn that things are not making sense? Or you can be like, man, things are lining up over and over and over again. This is really freaking me out. And you can be like, well, I've done everything correct. I followed my heart. Yep, was correct, well, maybe that's a good thing. Which it is. It is. The synchronicities are a very good thing on the divine path that we're all upon. And so, in all reality, when we see these wars that have been fought in the name of religion or of a god, this has been individuals who are legitimately disillusioned, and they're putting their higher self on a big pedestal, and they lost connection with their lower self, their personal self. And now they walk around like they're King Kong. Nothing can touch them. They get to, because they're King Kong, they get to call the shots because nobody's stronger than them. Well, I found that the divine world of law and order is a little bit different. It doesn't play by those kinds of constraints. It recognizes energy, divine law, spirituality, the quantum field, and all of that stuff. It only recognizes energy. You can't buy yourself into the quantum realm. You could build all you want. You could use a computer all you want. See, that's earned. That's earned. Let's see here. Boom, boom. Okay, glad I had that there. Well, yeah, we are on TikTok and we are on Instagram as well. And we are on YouTube, youtube.com/Setchra, SETCHRA. Much more better quality over there than TikTok or Instagram. I do feel like reading that. You know what I do? Since there's a few people out here, I want to get some real solid feedback from people. People that have like legit inquiries or questions. Maybe you're dealing with something. Um, Maybe you really want to share a genuine comment and be like, "Yo, bro, what's up?" So I've got a email. It's cetra@yahoo.com. Send me an email. Give me your thoughts. Ask a question. Uh, Junk will go into junk. And legit, I would be happy to mention your name, mention the inquiry, or even leave the name anonymous, and whatever the case, give a reply or response. I'd like to make that a part of the show because there's a lot of comments that come through. There's a whole lot. There's more comments that go through than I can keep up with, and most of the comments. Well, I won't say most, but many comments can be well, questionable. We'll just put it in that ballpark of things. And so, if you do have an inquiry, if you do have a legitimate question, if you are on the spiritual path, if you want to give a comment or whatever the case, legitimate, shoot me an email. Cetra, SETCHRA @yahoo.com. Real simple. Same one as the YouTube channel. youtube.com/etc. Um, and so, pretty simple there. I'd like to open up that. But let's move into the level two, the second three stages of the meditation process. Now, the procedure of separating the meditation process into stages is a strategy that is dictated by the behavior of our life force, the Ra, the Kundalini, the Chi. While on one hand, its arousal is essential to the realization of the meditation objective, on the other hand, its arousal also vitalizes the conditionings and beliefs that are opposed to the meditation goal. And for example, when a person meditates or gives up on smoking, the arousal of the life force to realize this objective will also vitalize the habit of smoking. It is clear then that something must be done as a safeguard before arousing the life force. This is the objective of the first two stages of the meditation process. A non arousal of the life force mode of meditation, mediumistic trance, is used during the first two stages to impress upon the spirit the goal of the meditation. Once this has been established, a life force intensifying mode of meditation is used in the third stage to vitalize the objective. If an antagonistic conditioning to the objective or the virtues that must be cultivated to achieve it exists in the spirit, it will also be vitalized. And this will result in a crisis or several of them in which we must choose between the new objective or new virtues on one hand and on the other the old habits. These crises are called in the spiritual tradition crossroad situations. This is the theme governing the second level of the meditation process. Level two of the meditation process is stage four, sphere six. And this stage corresponds to a set of meditations revolving around man's will. It was said earlier that for an indication of an expected accomplishment to be considered an act of the will, it must be free of emotional or sensuous influence. Otherwise, it is a desire. Since all personalities are indissolubly tied in with emotions, only those expectations arising from an identification with the indwelling intelligence can be considered willed events. There can be no such as a free will where the individual's choices are dictated by emotional or sensual compulsion. It is important to note that failure to distinguish between willing and desiring is a major cause of the failure to grow spiritually. For we fail to transcend our emotionality when we avoid an emotional act because of another emotion. This is the reason for Heru's initial failure to defeat Set, the one that killed his father. We must also recall that the true purpose of our will is not for choosing the path of our destiny, which is determined in the spiritual realm before incarnation. This is why competent astrologers can read a person's destiny from their charts. In most traditional African societies, it is a common practice for the character and destiny of an individual to be revealed by diviners shortly after birth. The goddess of destiny, for example, accompanies Tahuti when he makes his appearance at the individual's birth. And this can be viewed from another perspective. Every person's destiny is under the control and direction of the indwelling intelligence. The true purpose of will is to ensure that the thoughts, feelings, and actions that we undertake are in harmony with the plan of our indwelling intelligence. All truly successful people who have not been guided by diviners manage to intuitively or instinctively discover their career or destiny objective as determined by their true self. Unfortunately, they are in the minority. Most people must discover their earthly mission from their indwelling intelligence through the use of oracles or in depth meditation. In most cases, the effort to live according to the dictates of the self, which are based on divine law, brings us into opposition with the emotionally dominated personality. These crises, which are intensified by the life force arousal procedures, are symbolized in the Osirian metaphorian by the battle between Heru and Set, and in other traditions they are the crossroads, which are the chief places for conducting rituals and making offerings to God. These spiritual crises are the most important events in our spiritual development. They are the only events that mark our spiritual growth. It is of utmost importance to understand that spiritual growth does not take place from the studying of scriptures, spiritual literature, doing rituals, meditating, deity or ancestor possession, and so on. These are merely means of preparing you to live truth at the crossroad. Unfortunately, about 97% of students of spirituality do not know this truth. They pick and choose when and where they will observe a spiritual teaching, oblivious to the fact that spirituality is the living of truth. Each and every time that one finds oneself in a situation of having to choose between the laws of the higher parts of being against our feelings and opinions regarding the situation, crossroads situations have very marked characteristics. On the side of the lower part of being, we experience strong emotions and rationalizations to the effect that we will suffer irreparable harm if we give in to the truth or ignore the emotions. A person who is endeavoring to transcend selfishness will find themselves in a critical situation, not of their choosing, in which they are called upon by the circumstances to share with their worst enemy or be nice with a most obnoxious person who has humiliated them, and so on. It is then that Sebek, their faculty of rationalization, will provide them with very clever yet transparent excuses for not living truth. A careful and objective examination of these rationalizations will reveal that they are made up of all sorts of half truths and out double talk, fork tongued. And good examples can be found in the arguments given by the American government for subsidizing tobacco growers while banning tobacco ads from the airwaves. It is only when we transcend the dominance that our emotional and sensual vehicle exerts upon us that spiritual growth takes place. This is easier said than done, as we all very well know from the trouble that most people encounter in dealing with their bad habits and emotions. Yet, with the proper meditation technique and spiritual education, it is much clearer than is generally believed. The meditation technique for transcending the emotions was called Men Ab Im Onk Im Mahat, which translates into keeping the heart stable to live truth. In the Khmeran tradition, the Satipatthana, the rite of stable mindfulness, in esoteric Buddhism, contrary to popular opinion, the way to successfully deal with emotions is not by controlling them, but by ignoring them. This is the essence, not only for establishing the dominion of the will, but as we will later see for the experiencing of ourself as the indwelling intelligence. Now, what would happen if you did not obey an emotion or a sensual craving? Nothing. This thought seems not to have occurred to most people who believe that they must follow their feelings and that their feelings are the validators of their will and their actions. That unless they have a feeling for doing something, they cannot do it, or that the action is not genuine, and so forth. And most people succumb to this delusion, even though they have already overcome a habit that should not that should have taught them once and for all the truth. The day you made up your mind to give up a habit, the craving did not stop. You succeeded by ignoring the craving and following your knowledge of the facts, even though the latter lacked power to generate feelings of pleasure. In fact, the pleasure was with the habit you were seeking to transcend. Essentially, the Min-Ob meditation process is a practice of ignoring the thoughts, sensations, and emotions that motivate you to think, give attention to feelings, and act in opposition to what the truth of the situation demands. A person, for example, experiences emotions that pressure them to withdraw and to dwell on feelings and thoughts of insecurity and inferiority. Whenever their wife declines to become intimate, whether she is justified or not, the Min-Ob meditation will consist of ignoring such thoughts, making every effort to act in a contrary manner, and as you will most likely be visited by or uh, and making every effort to act in a contrary manner, and as you will most likely be visited by thoughts of guilt and recrimination for harboring the negative thoughts and feelings, you must also ignore this set of thoughts and emotions as well. You may also experience a sense of anguish manifesting as an intolerance of the sensations of oppression associated with the emotion of guilt. Rather than allowing yourself to get caught up in hoping to be free of these sensations and doing things to expedite the deliverance from them, you must learn to accept their presence. In time, the emotions will cease to visit you as long as you persevere in the above meditation procedure. Incidentally, it must be noted that this meditation technique is practiced not sitting in a quiet place, but in the thick of everyday life experiences. It aims at giving us expertise in the management of our thoughts, emotions, and states of consciousness. The governing principle of Min Ob is that there is never a reason for an emotional reaction. In other words, the tie between an emotion and what prompts it is not a rational one. It is based on the law of association, which was well explained by the Russian psychologist Pavlov. He would ring a bell each time he fed his dogs. Eventually, the ringing of the bell would by itself elicit the salvation and flow of the dog's digestive juices, as if the food had also been presented to the dogs. See, the spirit could not tell the difference between the bell and the food. All of our emotional and sensual responses are based on this non rational associative mechanism, as man's spirit is originally and essentially free of emotional conditioned reflexes. All emotions are superimpositions on her true nature. Must you be angry in order to defend yourself? Have not thousands of years of Oriental martial arts practice proven that the calmer the warrior, the better their performance? Are animal faces, screaming, tensing of the body, and shouting obscenities necessary for expressing one's dissatisfaction? Don't they reduce the clarity of our communication of displeasure? What about suppression? Some people may ask. They may argue that the Min Ob technique involves suppression of the emotions and sensual needs and may therefore be harmful. It is best to let it out, some will argue, ignoring the catastrophic results in many cases: broken marriages, high blood pressure, violent occurrings, and so on. We must return once more to the truth concerning the original and essential nature of man's spirit. It is free of all emotional and sensuous conditioning. This is what enables us to remove the pain conditioned reflex through suggestion given in trance to allow surgical procedures to be done without anesthetics. The pain mechanism is a protective condition, hence a reflex, imposed upon the organism due to the slowness and corruptibility of the voluntary thought mechanism. If the removal of a part of our physical organism from a harmful source depended on our thinking, we would be in a great deal of trouble. Most people would freeze up in threatening situations. Thus, the indwelling intelligence has programmed, has conditioned the spirit to react automatically to threatening situations. When, however, we know that we must subject the organism to pain, as with surgery or labor and so forth, we can remove the superimposed pain reflexes. This fight or flight mechanism is very primitive. It has its centers in the portion of our brain which is dominant in the life of animals and influences us to animalistic behavior, failing to distinguish between real, imagined, and interpreted threats. It automatically prepares us to fight or flee whenever we believe that we are threatened. If we keep our minds on the fact that the successes experienced by people in overcoming their habits was due to the fact that the cravings and emotional drives to indulge eventually disappeared as a result of their being consistently ignored, then there was no suppression at work. In fact, the avoidance of the possibility of suppression is the aim of the second practice of the Men Ob meditation system. And let's return our gentleman above, who is visited by emotions pressuring him to withdraw and indulge thoughts of insecurity whenever their wife says to him, "No, honey, not tonight. I don't feel like it." He is read up to the last paragraph and tells the author, "Okay, I'm with you. I realize that my spirit is originally and essentially unconditioned. Therefore, these emotions are not who I am. I have been ignoring the pressure to withdraw, to dwell on thoughts of self worthlessness. But the fact is that even though I make the effort to interact in a normal way with my wife, at such moments I nevertheless feel terrible. The feelings and thoughts are still there in the background. I really want them to go away." We can identify with our gentleman friend. Again, the answer is the same. Ignore the second set of thoughts and emotions, for the simple fact that our spirit is essentially and originally free of emotional conditionings. And the aim of spiritual development is the removal of the emotional superimpositions on the spirit. In other words, armed with the knowledge that our true nature is lacking in intrinsic emotional programs, we make the effort to ignore the conditioned reflexes, pressuring us to accept the thought that we cannot stand the sensations accompanying our emotions. Ignoring these thoughts is not merely our inattention to them. We must not seek ways to rid ourselves of the feeling, nor indulge thoughts to the effect of wishing that the effect would soon go away, nor indulge the thoughts that we are unvirtuous, immature, or unspiritual for having such emotions. We must remember that all emotions and sensual cravings are expressions of the lower part of our being, the person, and not ourself, the indwelling intelligence. Identification with ourself, also, involves non-identification with our emotions. It is interesting to note that while Western man identifies his emotions as the expressions of their self, in the Kemetic tradition they are identified with the animal part of our being. The latter is kept uppermost in the understanding of the people through the widespread symbolization of human nature as animal-headed people or human-headed animals, such as the deities Heru or Set or Anubis, Attiku, and so on. This allows us to keep our emotions in their proper place instead of elevating them and thus giving them power over our lives, as Westerners have done. Many people around the world have done. What are emotions, anyways? It in all the behaviors to be labeled, we will discover that they involve a response in which we become tense, especially in our breathing, which gets restrained and focused in the upper chest region at the point beneath the sternum. Because of this, our breathing is shallow and irregular. Stuck in this tense, shallow, and irregular breathing state, we are thrown into a negative trance. Now, with the belief that some have external situation or an agent is caused of our sensations, we give it meaningless labels such as anger, shyness, or fear. And that, secondly, we must follow the behavior suggested by thought, component of our emotion. As emotions occur at the junction of the ninth and tenth spheres, the trance that is experienced is of the mediumistic modality, which means that the will becomes inactive. A characteristic of the mediumistic trance is that the contents of the sphere of awareness are accepted as reality. This is how emotions exert their power over people's lives. This insight into emotions, that they are mediumistic trances accompanied with tense abnormal breathing, painful as well as pleasurable, gives us the clue for disarming their power to compel us. Do not dwell on the thoughts accompanying them. Focus your attention on each spot where you feel tense and will your body to relax itself. Regulate and harmonize your breathing by making it deep, slow, rhythmic, and, if applicable, do just the opposite of what the thought accompanying the feeling was suggesting. Make a strong effort to carry out the last instruction. When a powerful emotion threatens to overwhelm us, at step number 3, we can zap it by forcibly pulling the lower abdomen in and up. Lift the upper chest and hold it as you breathe out. Make sure that the lower abdomen is the only place in the body where tension is felt. This cannot be overstated. Follow this out breath by expanding the lower abdomen as you breathe in. At the end of the in breath, tense the lower abdomen and hold the breath. Repeat the cycle starting with the forcible contraction as shown above, or as just mentioned. Do this for as long as is needed to diffuse the emotion. It should not require many repetitions. Its effectiveness is due to the fact that the forcible contraction of the lower abdomen applies pressure on the phrenogastric nerve, phrenogastric nerve, which stabilizes the activity of the heart and sends a reflex stimulus to the waking center of the brain and the cerebral cortex. This manipulation of the nervous system serves to awaken the person from the mediumistic trance of emotion, as it is the basis for inducing waking trance. Another important goal of the Min-Ab meditation system is the sharpening of mindfulness. How many times haven't you said to yourself that you will not indulge a particular habit, only to find yourself knee deep in the act before you remembered your pledge? A simple yet very effective technique consists in taking away something that you like very much from yourself for each infraction. Another extremely useful exercise that is a must consists in going for several days without laughing or smiling, because these emotions are so powerful. The ability to ignore them gives the individual a great deal of skill in handling the negative ones. Beyond the issue of emotional transcendence, the practice of ignoring our emotions strengthens our awareness of the duality of our nature. Through the Minab meditation, we have repeated experiences of the fact that, on one hand, there is a part of our being saying, I will not allow my body to follow the impulses to laugh and cry, while there is another part that is generating these impulses independent of our will and consciousness. This is the objective reality behind the term indivisible. Yeah, individual, behind the term individual, which is indivisible duality. That's a fact. It was noted at the beginning of this chapter that the first three stages of meditation employ the mediumistic trance technique. It is based on putting the will in the left hemisphere of the brain, our syllogistic and analytical information processor, to sleep. Although this enables the implantation into the spirit of suggestions for changes in behavior, because there can be no opposition from the slumbering, segregative, and analytical thinking dominated will. The absence of these faculties make it impossible for us to consolidate our knowledge. We have seen that the latter cannot be attained in the normal waking state, as full wakefulness and concentration is not achieved in this state. To attain full wakefulness, upon which insight and the efficient use of the will depends, we must triple our oxygen intake and reduce the flow of the life force to the voluntary organs, the senses, the legs, the arms, etc. of the body. The increased supply of oxygen gives us a degree of internal wakefulness far exceeding that of the normal waking state. This is why the waking trance was called Portem Heru, becoming awake, coming of the day, by the Comedians, also known as the Book of the Dead. Besides giving us the insight and clarity of perception to transcend the host of false beliefs clouding our understanding, this mode of trance also provides the force and vitality needed for the successful carrying out of our need. Now, this is especially needed at the crossroads situation spoken of earlier. It is then that our eighth and tenth spheres overwhelm us with the fear of losses and harms that will be incurred if we live in by living in accordance with divine truth. The successful practice of the midnight meditation process and the waking trance are the foundations of the following meditation stages. And the meditation at this stage involves going into trance with the heckle or the words of power, Ong Ring. That would be Ong, Aung, Ring, H is in Henry, R, N is in Nancy, G. As we go into trance, visualizing ourselves as Heru, resisting or destroying the animals that symbolize our emotions. Ong Ring, Ong Ring, Ong Ring. In level 2 of the meditation process, moving into stage 5. Now, in this stage, we use all of the techniques developed in, as we were mentioning, in the mid-ob meditation and waking trance to establish our sense of justice. Now, the ability to give justice depends on our skill in ignoring fear and anger. And it depends on a skillful and vitalized will. An analysis of all acts of injustice will reveal an underlying fear or anger at work. Thus, we see once more how important is the return of our identity to our true self, which is essentially free of emotional and sensual conditionings. It must also be noted that to the degree that we can give justice to others, to that degree will we receive spiritual protection from the injustices of others. The meditation at this stage involves going into waking trance with the Heko Ong Hring. Ong, Aung, Hring, H as in Henry, L as in Larry, Ring, while visualizing ourselves as the deity Heru in the act of destroying the animal symbolizing our fear or anger. The objective is to rise above the temptations to achieve our goals through transgressions against others, or having observed this law to succeed against the injustices of others. And moving into the stage 6, and while the preceding stage corresponds to our ability to detach ourselves from our person by sacrificing our personal interest for the sake of being just to others, this stage demands an even greater act of detachment. We are here called upon to rise above our egotism by sharing with others. It is not uncommon at this stage to find ourselves, as a result of rituals and meditations, at a crossroads in which the circumstances make a clear and inarguable argument for us to share with our enemies. In fact, this is the highest test of our ability to truly love, to give, not seeking anything in return, but to fulfill a genuine need. To be able to share, especially in such challenging situations, is not only a revelation of our transcendence, of our persons, and the understanding of our oneness, it also liberates a great deal of energy, which is in turn used by the Spirit toward the realization of the meditation objective. It is important to realize that beginning with the fourth stage, the sixth sphere of the meditation process, the detachment of the identification from the person begins to be established. Now, the person with its characteristic set of emotional of sensual patterns of behavior is denied in order to assert the unconditioned self. At stage 5, sphere 5, the wedge is driven even further by our commitment to be fair with others, even if it means incurring great material losses. At this stage, the call to share with strangers and enemies alike drives our identity so far out of our person that we can almost begin to feel our true inner self. This building experience of the indwelling intelligence takes on the form of a sense of joy and optimism that is independent of externals and success. In fact, as stated earlier, joy is the force that heals and brings success. Unfortunately, the majority of people reverses their relationship and make joy the result of being healthy and successful. The meditation at this stage, therefore, consists in going into trance with the Heko Ong Shring. Ong, Aung, Shring, S as in Samuel, H as in Henry, Rin as in Nancy, G, while visualizing yourself holding a scale in which your heart is in one pan, equally balanced by a feather in the other. And Mahat is that one. The scale symbolizes the balance that must exist between all dualities in our lives. For example, between our personal and our self interests, between our empirical information and our spiritual intuitions, between our left brained sequential verbal thinking and our graphic, spatial, and holistic thinking, and so on. A light heart, a heart that weighs no more than a feather, is a sophisticated symbol of the evidence of living truth. But what is truth? It is something to be attained through reading the scriptures or through dialectical augmentation according to Westerners. Argumentation according to Westerners. According to the African tradition, it can only be known through living. Man discovers truth by living according to the laws of his true nature. It is of interest to note that according to the Bible, man and God share the same qualities of being. This is a theme that is dropped as soon as it is stated. We read in Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, and God said, "Let us make man in our own likeness." It does not take much to realize that the likeness of God in which man is made cannot refer to man's physical image or to the set of personality qualities, habitual fears, likes, dislikes, and so forth. Man is the likeness of God must then be a formless, incorporeal, immaterial, spiritually unconditioned being. That is why it is said, "Make not graven images of God thy Lord." The absence of emotional pressure from the immaterial, incorporeal, and unconditioned self is symbolized by the weight of the heart, the will, equaling that of a feather. If there is force motivating our actions, then we are not exerting our will, but our desire. We can illustrate this readily. Your doctor has placed you on a diet. On one hand, you have a strong emotional, sensual pressure to indulge in a prohibited article of diet, and on the other, the cold, non emotional truth embodied in your prescription. If you follow your desire and eat the prohibited food, it can be metaphorized that your heart, your will, has been overpowered by a forceful, heavy cause. If instead you follow the truth, which does not elicit any pleasure, which in fact is strongly opposed by your weakness for the banned item, it can be metaphorized that your heart or will has been influenced by a forceless cause, symbolized by the feather of Mahat. The importance of this concept cannot be overstated, as the majority of people believes that unless an idea has emotional or sensual force behind it, it should not or cannot be carried out. But the crux of living truth is just the opposite. It matters not how unemotional or unpleased you are about the truth. If it is true, you can and must live it. The absence of emotional and sensual support for an idea simply means that our spirit has not yet been conditioned or programmed to generate such energies for it. Living an idea with an appreciation for the good it can do will in time lead to the generation of enjoyment for it. Last but not least, the symbolism contained in the heart's weight equaling that of a feather refers to the will being under the influence of the immaterial, hence weightless and unconditioned self, as opposed to the very material, hence heavy and conditioned person. It symbolizes then that the individual has succeeded in establishing his identity with the indwelling entity. He is Ma Keru. As this entity is the individual share in God's essence, their established identification with it qualifies them to pass on to the highest three spheres of the tree of life, representing the divine faculties of omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence, which man shares qualitatively with the Supreme Being. Had their heart weighed more than a feather, we would then have evidence that their actions were motivated by the emotional, the animal part of the spirit. In the Kemetic metaphorian of the weighing of the heart, this failure is followed by the devouring of the heart by the beast automatum, which is part crocodile, hippopotamus, and lion. Amit, Amit. Amom. They have it spelled differently here, but I always remember them as Amit because people are like, "Damn it!" And really, damn it, if you pronounce it correctly, it would be like Domit, and Amit. Anyways, it is a symbol of the destructiveness of our emotions. And so this kind of was like a 3 chapters, got 3 sections in each of them. So down to the last one. Well, for this portion. Oh, I found that really interesting. The Pertim Heru, the Book of the Dead. It wasn't it wasn't written specifically like just as a funeral thing. It was while we were living. This instruction, this guidance. They were very much aware of it and lived it. I love it. Breaking patterns. And if you are on TikTok or Instagram, we have better quality over on youtube.com/Setchra, Setchra. So this brings us to levels 3 and 4 of the meditation process, the last 4 stages. The successful return of the identity from the person of the indwelling intelligence, symbolized in the passing of the weighing of the heart test, enables consciousness to rise to the divine parts of the spirit. From another perspective, it can be said that the ability to ignore the Mena meditation process, the behavioral suggestions, to ignore the behavioral suggestions and compulsions from the lower part of the being, the person, has enabled the individual to achieve the ability to fully concentrate on a thought at the exclusion of all others, or to fully ignore all thoughts and sensory stimuli. The ability to concentrate on one thought for as long as required is the essential requirement for the work to be done in the seventh and eighth stages, spheres 3 and 2. And the ability to ignore all thoughts is the essence of the work of the last 2 stages of meditation. Now, the third stage is the seat of the creative units of spiritual power and are responsible for all of the manifestations in the mental and physical realms. These are the 50 gates of Bina, through which all life forms come into and leave the world. They are the 50 matrikas, matrices of the great goddess Kundalini that function in the seeds, the bija, or units composing the host of Hegel, the words of power. The ability to successfully use these words of power to effect the course of events depends, as stated above, on the ability to exclusively focus our attention on the chanting and associated graphic symbol. This ability can only be developed by the practice of Menab, in which we must ignore the pressures of our emotions and conditioned beliefs or opinions. It is important to realize that we cannot concentrate for as long as we want at a sit down meditation if we haven't broken the habit of following up the thoughts and emotions that reflects themselves into our awareness in response to the day-to-day challenges. The bottom line is habit. We must establish the habit of ignoring our mental activities at will. We must further realize, as you will eventually discover, that the realization of the objective is not simply based on the will to ignore our mental and emotional activities. It must be underlaid by a genuine detachment from the interests of the lower part of being, the person. In other words, we must die to transcend the pressures and pleasures that earthly things have upon the person part of our being. This is not to say that joy or enjoyment in life will cease. We must remember and realize that joy is no longer to be considered the engine that propels us in life. The way of life that we are to embark on at this stage is one in which we do something because it is the truth, and let the joy for it follow from the appreciation of the good that it does. This is what was meant, but distorted, when Jesus told Satan, get behind him, to follow, for set Satan, the emotional body, to follow his spirit, his self, his higher self. It is interesting to note that the deity governing the stage, Sakar, Kali, and so forth, rules over the dead and death. Turning our backs on the emotionally and sensually energized way of life requires for us to discipline ourselves. But this discipline is not merely for the sake of discipline, but for the sake of coordinating our activities with the laws governing the forces, the words of power in charge of carrying out events in our lives. As each force, for the sake of order, is assigned a place in time and space, the individual must, at this stage, live in harmony with the cycles governing the functions of their spirit. It is well known that the ancient civilizations knew about and paid strict attention to the intrinsic time for performing all activities. For example, the stomach's natural schedule to secrete digestive acids peaks at around midday and hits rock bottom at midnight. Along with it runs the cycle of secreting the mucus that coats the stomach to protect it against this acid. When you eat a major meal past midday, especially at night, it causes the stomach to secrete acid in excess of the required amount of mucus to protect the lining of the stomach. Along with others, this can create or aggravate an ulcer and definitely contribute to a host of digestive problems and malassimilation. Beyond the indigestion, all sorts of disorders will reflect themselves to distant but related parts of the body. You may suffer headaches, insomnia, emotional upsets, and so forth. Similarly, while the time unconditioned voluntary, the yang part of your body will respond to your will to exercise heavily at any time of the day, the time conditioned involuntary portion, the yin, which provides the vital support, supplies blood, and clears waste, is only predisposed to handle such activities between sunrise and midday. During this period of the day, the sympathetic division of the nervous system, which is in charge of sending blood to the external organs of the body, is on the rise, and the body's supply of glo- of sugar stored in the muscle and liver can is still available. Exercising during the evening, while convenient, because of the economic industrial mold controlling our lives, harms the body, not only because of the lack of internal vital support, but because it also infringes upon other functions that are naturally scheduled to take place then. It will cut into and interfere with the time allotted to the evening functions of the parasympathetic, the assimilation, the regeneration. Then one wonders why, in spite of all the exercising, good, wholesome, natural diet, and wondrous herbal supplements, that health still breaks down, and one is still beset with spiritual and emotional problems. A list of hundreds of facts supporting the rhythmic and time conditioned flow of bodily functions can be given. It is enough to note a few. Independent of our activities, our temperature, pulse, and breathing rates do not remain even throughout the day. They rise with the sunrise, peak at midday, drop below their mean at sunset, and bottom out at night. It is well known to Western scientists that all of our activities, physical labor, mental labor, left brain thinking, right brain thinking, eating, sleeping, and so forth, have their best and worst times of the day, which times are inherently related to the forces governing the rise and fall in temperature, pulse, and the diurnal or circadian course of the sun. Incidentally, because the people of the ancient civilizations synchronized the events in their lives with these cycles, ignorant Westerners accused them of worshiping the sun, the moon, and the stars, which are in reality means of keeping track of a variety of cycles. They were meditated upon, not worshipped, with the aim of understanding how to harmonize the day to day activities of our lives with the cycles they represent. Living in accordance to these cycles place limitations and disciplinary measures upon us. It's interesting to note that the cycles, limitations, and discipline are all Saturnial keywords, and Saturn is the planetary correspondence to the third sphere. The objective of the first meditation at this stage is to go into trance with the Hekal Ong Kring. That's Ong, A-U-N, as in Nancy G, Kring, K, as in K. I did the crypt, no, that's a C word. K. Anyways, K-R-I-N-G. Kept. It's kept. While visualizing yourself as a hawk-headed and holding an Wa scepter, a flail, and a crook. The Wa scepter symbolizes the happiness and well-being resulting from due attention to the flail and crook. On one level, the flail symbolizes the expansive, externalizing hot, the yang portion of the cycle of manifestation, while the crook, the internalizing cool, the yin side, keeping them in balance leads to well being and success. In addition, the flail symbolizes the harshness with which we must deal with ourselves for violating our pledges of discipline, while the crook corresponds to the gentle meditative and ritualistic methods to the same end. Success with them qualifies us for the roles of governing and ruling others. The second set of meditations involves the Hekal, the word of power, and the symbols of the deity governing the meditation objective as indicated by the oracle. While Nefertara invoked Heru during the third stage, emphasizing her enjoyment of the objective sought, she saw herself enjoying the baby she wants to have. Here she will go into trance with the Heru Hekal with the aim of becoming the deity for the sake of spiritual development. The interest here is not a personal one, as one has died to personal needs. Once one has succeeded in manifesting the deity at this level, one can generate its forces to assist others in need or to serve as an earthly vehicle, an avatar for the will of God. This Supreme Being will use one's spirit for promoting God's plan in the world. With differences regarding levels of spiritual development, the procedure here is similar to the ritual system of the afflicted, commonly practiced throughout Africa, the initiations into becoming a living shrine of a deity. In the ritual of the afflicted, once a person has succeeded in healing herself through the power of a particular deity, they must train to become a shrine of that deity so that they can serve as a healer to others. Hence, the invocation at this stage is to become a power, a shekem of the deity for the service of others, while the invocation at the third stage was for the sake of one's personal needs. Thinking versus thought drift. The third, level three of the meditation process. In our normal waking state, on one hand, thoughts are constantly streaming into our sphere of awareness, telling us what is and what is not, or suggesting what to do and what not to do. We call this thought drift, or unwilled thought activity. On the other hand, we are always employing our will to select and arrange these thoughts into meaningful units, or to veto or sanction these suggestions or impulses to act according to our innate sense of logic, conditioning, and acquired store of information. We call this thinking or willed thought activity. Although it does not concern us at this point, it is important to note that most people fail to distinguish between the uncritical acceptance of thought drifts and the discriminating activity of willed thought activity. Only the latter is thinking proper. Both modes have their problems. It is the uncritical acceptance of thought drifts in the normal waking state that we label irrational and illogical behavior. Willed thought activity, on the other hand, is no better than the information that it takes as its premises. You know the old story, logical, but not necessarily true. Ultimately, it doesn't matter how logical the reasoning is or how pragmatic the information is. All items of information are no more than labels, definitions, and descriptions. That is, symbols of objective realities and not the realities themselves. While they are 100% trustworthy for thinking about closed systems with non variable components, making or fixing machines, electronic appliances, so forth and so on, they have a delusionary effect on thinking in situations in which the values of the components are subject to change as the relationship between them changes. As a result, the verbal and graphic symbols, which are the foundations of our thought activities, because of their inherent finite nature, cannot cover all aspects of relational eventualities. These relational events are none other than the issues of living itself: economics, spirituality, theoretical sciences, philosophy, psychology, sociology, and so on. For example, what or who is man? Is he a rational animal? Did he ascend from apes or descend from God? If our thoughts fail to communicate to us the knowledge of the reality in the higher realms of life, how then can we arrive at such knowledge? A very important clue can be found in the science of meditation, which has been touted as the means to acquiring wisdom. Meditation is a process of making the mind blank, we are told, and this is the goal that we have been seeking through the preceding seven stages. To make the mind blank is to still the thought process. Thoughts that drift in must be ignored, and the habitual impulse to exert the will in directing thought activity must also be ignored. This leaves us in a state in which we are disinterested spectators to the parade of thoughts, feelings, and physical percepts streaming into the sphere of awareness. Kept up long enough, we arrive at a point where the thought drift process comes to a halt. If we had been ignoring all thoughts save one, we transcended and gained full insight into the objective reality that it represents. And if we were ignoring all thoughts, then we would arrive at a point in which all that consciousness could be conscious of is of being conscious. The former is wisdom, and the latter is experience of self, the indwelling source of consciousness and intelligence. The meditation at this stage involves going into trance with the Heko, the word of power of Tahuti, which is Ong Hung Shring. Ong, A-U-N-G, Hung, H as in Henry, U-N-G, and Shring, S as in Samuel, H as in Henry, R-I-N-G, while visualizing yourself as the deity. holding a pen to a blank sheet of paper, but not writing. Keeping the eyes open and directed towards the center of the forehead at the level of the eyebrow will help to keep the attention focused on the meditation objective. This is called tratakam. Before meditating, you will decide that your meditation objective is to come out of the state of thought free, waking trance with insight into a particular subject. In the same manner that people go to sleep with a problem and awaken with a solution without having gone through the logical sequential thought process of the normal waking state. We go into waking trance to still the thought processes and come out of trance with the answer. This is the process of enlightenment, or Kensho, as it is called in Zen, or Kut, as it is called in the Kemetic tradition. Sages and prophets use it to arrive at their knowledge of reality. It transcends studying, researching, thinking, reasoning, and all possible forms of using the mind. It is a tapping into the omniscience of the indwelling intelligence, our true self, which is our individuated share in the life of the Supreme Being. Incidentally, all messages from such oracles as the I Ching, the Ifa, and the Metu Neter oracle given in this book proceed from this part of our spirit. They are the means of tapping into our indwelling in omniscience. In lieu of our inability to meet the demands of this stage of meditation, which, needless to say, will take a great deal of time, patience, and work. Proficiency in the stage of meditation makes the person a living oracle, otherwise known as a sage or a prophet. The next portion of this meditation process in stage 9, it mentions that in the preceding stage, all thoughts save one, the image of Tahuti, or the object to be known, were ignored during the meditation process. When one comes out of the trance, it induces the expectation of having a revelation is often fulfilled. The meditation at this stage involves going into trance with the Hekal, the word of power of Osor, Ong, Osor, Hung. That's Aung, Osor, Aus, as in Samuel, Ar, Hung. H as in Hector, Un as in Nancy, G. There are no visualizations or expectations. The attention is focused at the area about an inch beneath the navel to follow the breathing. Tratakam is also employed. Eventually, all thoughts and awarenesses of the body, emotions, and environment fall away, leaving our consciousness conscious of being conscious. This is the direct experience or insperience of our true inner self. All saw. At the 10th stage, we come to that this is a subtle continuation of the preceding stage. When we attain to the realization of self at stage 9, our consciousness of being conscious is characterized by a sense of being focused in the center of the consciousness experience. In this stage, the consciousness of being conscious is decentralized, ever expansive, boundless, and diffused. Thus, we realize Patanjali's definition of yoga, which is attained from the inhibition of the mental energy or matter, the sira. Then the seer is clothed in his essential nature. We have pushed our quest of self to its most hidden inner recesses, which in the Kemetic tradition is called Amen and Nu. We have thus become Neber Tashar. Neber Tashar means Lord of the World. In summary, the stages of initiation of meditation and social organization. At this point, it should already be clear, if it were not yet known, that the principles discussed from Chapter 7 to the present embody the fundamental requirements that individuals must meet in order to participate harmoniously in society. With varying degrees of spiritual understanding, the so-called puberty rites of African nations are based on the principles of the Menab meditation system. Becoming of age is not enough. To qualify for citizenship in a traditional African society with its rights to marry, bear arms, to claim ownership of land, and so forth, the individual must achieve a certain degree of proficiency in the ability to ignore emotional pain, sensual temptation, physical deprivation, and so on. They must learn to place the needs of the many above those of the one. They must appreciate the value of accumulated experience through a show of respect for elders and wise men. Regarding people's participation in the government of the traditional African nation, it is important to fully understand the peculiar governmental system developed in ancient Africa, the divine kingship. Central to the pattern is the concept that it is not the king who leads the people, but the supreme being. Even Western spiritualists who acknowledge that the true self of man is the supreme being have not been able to understand this point. The man and all others who will lead the people must be initiated into the ability to serve as a vehicle through which the Supreme Being and its agencies will govern the people. All leaders must therefore be masters of divine law and priests of the shrines of the deities. I will quote from Life in Ancient Egypt by Adolf Orman, Dover Press, which will prove very enlightening. Which will prove very enlightening. On the 14th of Porfi, in the 46th year of Ramses II, we find the members of the court consisted of Betchenchorns, the first prophet of Amun; Usormont, the prophet of Armun; Ram, the prophet of Armun; the prophet Uarnufre of the temple of Mut; the prophet Armemmern of the temple of Corns; the Holy Father Amenhotep of the temple of Amun; Amenhotep, the priest and reader of Amun; Ini, Arni, the priest and reader of Amun; the priest Hui of the temple of Amun; the accountant Hui of the court of justice of the town. In this case, therefore, we find 9 priests and but one layman, the permanent scribe of the court, who reported the lawsuit. The author's phrase in this case compares this composition to the court to that of the later time, Ramses the Ninth dynasty and the 20th dynasty, in which the court was predominantly made up of laymen. When we compare both periods, we find that the latter corresponds to the beginning of the end of the Kemetic civilization. A great deal of the administration of the kingdom had fallen into the hands of foreign soldiers who had been brought in as mercenaries to staff the standing army of the country. Yet up to the beginning of the 19th dynasty, we find that the courts and government of the nation are in the hands of priests and prophets. The reason for this will and can be deducted from the following question from the same book. The laws which guided the king and courts in their decisions are unfortunately unknown to us. Some of them were said to be of divine origin. A deed informs us that the criminal should be condemned to great punishment of death, of which the gods say, "Do it to him," and it expressly states further that this decree of the gods is written in the writing of the divine words. Diodorus probably says truly that he was informed that the sacred books of law had been composed by Thoth, the god of wisdom, Tahuti. Here we have it, a book of the writings of divine words, the Matun Natur, which was written by Tahuti, by Thoth, for the use of priests and prophets and the king in their work of administrating justice. Ottoman also states that during the Old Empire, which is the period that best represents Kemetic culture, all the judges belonged to one of the 6 great houses, that is, to one of the great law courts in which the secret words were discussed. At the head of this court of justice stood the chief judge. He would be one of the high priests of the great gods, the second after the king in the court of the palace. At all ages of Egyptian history, this was the most popular position in the kingdom. The popular idea was that the earthly governors and chief judges ought to vie in wisdom with their heavenly prototype. He, the chief of the judges, through the words of his mouth, caused brothers to return home in peace. The writings of Thoth of Tahuti were on his tongue, and he surpassed in righteousness the little of the balance. He knew the secrets of everyone. So what's this book of the writings of Tahuti, of Thoth, which enabled the chief judge to know the secrets of everyone, that contained the secret words that the judges convened to discuss? I verily say to you that this is the Metunatar oracle that I have brought back to the world. Let those in high positions use it to govern the world, and it will be restored to the state of peace and prosperity known only in the days of Alsar. Let those in low positions use it, and they will inherit the staff of the lion. If you're on TikTok or Instagram, we are live on YouTube. Much clearer and better picture. YouTube.com/Setra. Setchra. Take you right there. We're going to get back to Dante's Inferno in a little bit. But as I have been reading for a little bit here, really from governing the self to being at one with the indwelling intelligence of who each one is. This is where this is where I found peace. This is where I found, by following, I mean, got deep into this book, into this oracle system, and truly it brings peace because the chaos goes away. Start seeing cycles. Those cycles repeat, they come back around, and you're like, yeah, that doesn't belong to me. So it's just like one of the planets passing through the constellation, or it's just passing by. It's somebody else that's passing by. It's their energy. It doesn't belong to me. It's their issue. It's their problem. It doesn't belong to me. It doesn't matter how much. It doesn't belong to me. That's their world. That's what they are doing. And I'm my own world. I'm doing what I'm doing. And it's it's good to be helpful. But I'm going to go back to that portion where it was talking about doing a good deed for your enemy. That goes back to a scripture in the very Bible itself, which I don't remember where it is, but it is definitely in there. I believe it's in the New Testament portion, and it says, like, it's all well and good to be loving to your brothers and your family and those you know. Sure, that's easy. Anybody can do that. But to be loving and kind towards your enemy, to actually give them a gift, that's a whole nother level. And truly, doing so and doing that allows it, what is said what mentions in the book is it allows you to break that pattern of being stuck to emotion And in my experience, it has given the most beautiful results. The most it's opened up some doors that were truly closed up. And how does one term an enemy? At this point in my understanding, I don't have enemies. People are confused. They are not connected to their own indwelling intelligence. And that's for them to figure out. And one day, maybe they'll be making that cycle, that revolutional turn, and their mind took a turn for the better, and their energy actually matches, is more on the positive scale. They've connected with their indwelling intelligence. Now we can actually start to associate and really kind of build where we were incapable of building before. Oh, thank you. I, I love you, bro. Do I have advice for beginners? Literally, as I made mention, on YouTube, youtube.com/Cetra. Uh, Legit, take you right to my channel there. I've got videos here on TikTok, on Instagram, and on YouTube. And legitimately, scroll through my videos and look over those. Um, on the spiritual path for beginners, for somebody starting out, huh? Today, that's actually a really good question. That's actually a really good question. I saw a thank you there, lapel du verde. If that's French, it looks French. Sup, bro? uh, I got blood that goes back to a few different portions, but French is definitely one of them. Advice for a beginner in the spirit, with what I'm adding in. I would normally have a flow of speaking. Um, oh, thank you very much. Question. um, Thanks, bro. Thanks, Appel. Paulo Duviere. But yeah, we're live over there right now, and much better clarity. But the videos, I've poured a lot of information in those videos. If you go back all the way to the beginning, there might be a couple. I think the very first, I don't know, but I've read a lot of different things. I've went over a lot of different meditations. I have longer videos on the YouTube channel because Instagram and TikTok are more so towards the shorter videos. So on YouTube, it's got 9 hour lives, 23 of them. Um, Most of them are a bit quite long. Um, but the shorter videos, I put a lot of material in there for somebody beginning, for somebody starting off in these times, in these days. Um, though to really go on today's theme, and which is true for any beginner or practiced one, is to remember the Min-Ob system, Min-Ob meditation, and that means to be able to still or stop the thinking process. Um, and so what I found in life, to just to not recurge to just what I found in life is by accepting the events. So somebody does something, they break, somebody breaks something of mine and they didn't even ask to use it. Okay, I take that information. Obviously, there's emotional attachment. I liked the thing was worth money. They broke it. Now I'm out of being able to do that. There's all of that goes into it. So, what do I do? Number one, I want to emotionally detach from the situation, okay? The person is, they just represent possibilities that could occur. I left that item outside of my room. I left it outside of my immediate possession in an unsecure location. Maybe I need to go get all of my items and secure them. You know what? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go get all my items that are loose and about and not in my spots that's going to be safe. I'm going to secure those items. There. I'm not upset at the person. He actually helped me save. I had bigger, more important stuff out there. Shoes. Somebody could have stole it. Just straight up stole it. So maybe in hindsight, maybe that individual, by taking or by taking and breaking what they did of mine, they really helped me secure my valuables and what I really care about the most. And there's some stuff outside I threw that away. Didn't care for it no more. Just got rid of the junk. So cleaned up some energy as well. Place looks better. Boom! It's a win-win all the way around. So through that stilling of the thought process by stopping, especially in the heat of a moment of of a problem of such of a situation, pulling that kind of a reality into me. Boom! I'm stopping. I'm disconnecting. I'm going into meditative process, and now I am. I can actually have a bigger solution and be happy and go about my day and not be upset and on and on and on. So that's that portion. And here's a real simple way to do that yourself. You're like, well, how do I stop thinking about this problem? You can call it homework if you want, or you could call it a daily exercise. Uh, I suggest 3 times a day or more, um, but at least once a day. At least once a day. If you want to do this, do it. It's something you got to keep up with, like push-ups or sit-ups, whatever, stretching. It's not that complicated. Get your phone, get a timer, and set the timer for start at 5 minutes. And it doesn't matter if it's loud, it doesn't matter what's going on, it doesn't matter if it's silent. When you hit the start button on that 5-minute timer, close your eyes and think of one word. You could choose any word you want. I just like to use love as an example because I used love when I did these, and they're very effective and it's very simple. And for those 5 minutes, while you have your eyes closed, don't think of anything. And naturally, something's going to pop up. I say, don't think of elephants. And right away, you see an elephant in your mind right now. You get the idea. But as you go in, as you close your eyes, you stick on one word. And you could choose any word you want. Like for the example purposes, I'm going to choose love. So as I'm closed, I hit the timer, I have my eyes closed, thoughts are running about the situation that happened with the guy that broke my stuff, my thing, and I'm going to say love. But that's within my mind, not out loud. I'm doing that for the video here. And so I have another thought comes back. And I say, in my mind, I say love. Because love, I'm only going to populate that one word. If anything comes at me, I'm only going at that one word. That's it. That's it. I'm choosing to think one word. If my brain, if thoughts, if my heart, if emotions, it doesn't matter for 5 minutes. This is my timer. This is sit up. This is push ups. This is not easy. This is not easy. This takes effort, but no physical effort. None. You don't even have to do breathing. You don't even have to mess with that. This is all straight right here. Breathing helps. All that breathing and tightening of the abdomen and loosen chest. That's all good stuff. Do that. But what I'm talking about involves only mental activity. And so as you're sitting there and you go back to that single word, at the end, you're done. And in time, you can increase that 5 minutes to 7 minutes to 10 minutes. And you're going to have less thoughts becoming intrusive. You're going to be able to stay on your focus. And then a problem's going to come up in life and you're going to use it. Because you've been doing it every day. And you're going to say, you know what? It ain't the time for it. But right now, the event calls for it. And so no matter where you are, shoot, you could pop out your phone, tell whoever you are, I'm not going to be available for 5 minutes. Whatever the case. Maybe you're sitting right there in the car and you're like, I'm taking 5 minutes of silence. And start your timer. No matter where you are, no matter what's going around, you can keep your eyes open if you need to be aware, be safe. That's okay because we're up here. And then in that moment, you can detach from this emotional connection. You can look at the situation and you're like, oh, okay, that's what I want to do. That's what's showing me. That's what the indwelling intelligence is showing. Okay, I see the bigger picture. And then you can allow that to close. And then literally 5 minutes later, you literally finished your little meditation, your guidance, your connection, your time of silence, whatever. And now you come into the situation emotionally unattached with an objective to accomplish. Pah! People are looking at you like, what the heck just happened? You were on stage performing. You went back, you did a dress change, but it was an energy shift. You shifted your personality type. You shifted your energy. You pulled back. So now your emotions were no longer in the environment, in the situation. Nobody had control of your energy because you took it back. And again, regardless of the situation, no person is the enemy. Like truly. If anything, the universe, God, the divines, divine mama, divine papa, whatever your savior, follower, whatever, they sent somebody in to smooth out that rough edge. And by us being able to work with that and see that and view that, now we can avoid that problem for the rest of our life. Now that's a forever win. When I am able to go into a moment like that and come out of it with a solution to any degree, heck, survival of it even. That's a lot of peace. That's a lot of happiness I wind up having. Because I don't have to be afraid. I don't have to be fearful of that situation ever occurring again. It's going to repeat itself. Sure, things happen in life and they happen again and again and again. And it's our option to be able to glide past, move around, or confront, stand in its way, or actually to have physical conflict with the event. And that's all up to each of us to be able to choose to do. Anyways, that'd be my best advice on for somebody getting into spirituality. And so I'd like to mention it again as well, that if you have any comments, if you have any inquiries, or maybe some feedback, or whatever the case, feel free to send me an email to cetra@yahoo.com. The name of the channel, SETCHRA @yahoo.com. Straight, plain, simple. And I'll be, for all proper questions or comments, I'd be happy to receive that information, and to mention that material on a live, or even perhaps bring that person on for as a guest for a moment. I'd like to start involving more in as far as feedback, and I know that there's a lot of comments, and I appreciate the comments, and I certainly don't catch them all at them as they're happening. And so, again, that email is cetra@yahoo.com, the name of the channel, SETCHRA, and I'll be happy to uh, check out those emails, those messages, and include that, or give that attention, and bring it up in the lives. But going a little bit back to the indwelling intelligence, the Osar, the unconditioned self. That's what I've that's what I've worked to, is being unconditioned by behavioral patterns, free to start or stop something when the divines direct me to. And in this process, I'm not acting as a response to my environment, but as a divine prompt. And a lot of some points that we mentioned, I'd like to highlight, is that I did this before I read the book, before I read that book. Um, and I did this when I was very early, moving from being in religion to going on this shamanic spiritual path that I had only ever talked about or thought about prior to that. And what popped into my being was I was trying to break free from the um, mind control mechanisms of life all around us. Just whether it was designed or not, everything around us creates that mind control, that mind cage. And I knew I was in it, and I needed to break out of it, and I didn't have anything. Anyways, I went against what I wanted. Now, keeping love at the top, being respectful of my environment and my neighbors, keeping that focused and forefront. If it was something I wanted to do, it wasn't the spiritual divine path to do. This was back when I was breaking from one system of thinking to another system of thinking, like jumping into quantum thinking. and and so when I would get these certain impulses to do something, I don't know, clean something up that was not mine. I'm there every day, and there's trash on the ground. I know other people come and walk and see it. I don't care to do it. I don't care to do the work. Nobody's paying me. But something jumps into my spirit, into my heart, says, pick up that trash. Spend 20, 30 minutes here in your good clothes. Do it. So I do. Not only is my environment clean every day because I'm walking outside by it, it's not my place, but I feel better now because I walk into my place of being, and I'm like, okay, cool. Like, it's clean. I'm not thinking about picking it up or saying dirty. I'm happy because it's clean, just internally. That times every single person that's passifying that environment. Wow, somebody picked it up. Wow, nice. Wow. So boom, so that one good action just created a wave of positivity for all who walked past that environment. Those kind of things is what I'm talking about. Following and doing. Nobody's going to pay me. I'm not asking for a reward. I don't care if I get it. I'm not asking. It's not that I don't care, and it's not that I don't want. I'm not performing this behavior for a reward. This is a path. This is a divine path that's coming within me. It is not for me to tell anybody, hey, yo, bro, help me pick this up. That is wrong. That is so wrong. Now, if somebody passes along and they're like, yo, you want some help? Like, if you want to help, sure. Like, I'm not going to turn that away. But it is not for me to tell other people to do the work. That work was for me to do. And that's the type of thing to do, is to follow and to do what one would not naturally do, yet has some impulse to do. And every single day I would go by that, and so I'd get like impulses, but the impulse, the intuition would flicker with, like, it was my own thought or my own desire. And so that's how I was able to tell the difference between a divine thought, a higher self thought, versus a lower vibratory emotional connection thought. That's how I was able to distinguish those two apart and actually know which one I'm listening to. Again, not actual deities or beings outside of me, but my own higher self, my own lower self, my own connection to my own indwelling intelligence. And so, if it was like something as I was breaking away from one thinking system to another, from religion to more so spirituality, if that idea lined up with desire, that was like, nah, we're not going to do that. We're not going to follow that. And that's how I was able to distinguish. And I'm not saying to deny all the senses or the pleasure or anything like that, but to know which voice of your own intellect, of which, am I listening to my higher thoughts? Am I listening to my lower thoughts? Which one should I follow? And anyways, that was just a point at a stage and all of that. Though I'm gonna get back into Dante's Inferno. And just to let you know, if you are on Instagram or on TikTok, we're over on youtube.com/Setchra, Setchra. Now, was I where was heard the reverberation of water falling into the next round, like to that humming which the beehives make when shadows three together started forth, running from out a company that passed beneath the rain of the sharp martyrdom. Towards us came they, and each one cried out, stop thou, for by thy garb to us thou seemest to be some one of our depraved city. Ah me, what wounds I saw upon their limbs, recent and ancient by the flames burnt in. It pains me still but to remember it. Unto their cries my teacher paused attentive. He turned his face toward me, and now wait, he said, to these we should be courteous. And if it were not for the fire that darts the nature of this region, I should say, that tastes were more becoming thee than them. As soon as we stood still, they recommenced the old refrain, and when they overtook us, formed of themselves a wheel, all three of them, as champions strict and oiled are wont to do, watching for their advantage and their hold, before they come to blows and thrusts between them. Thus wheeling round did every one his visage direct to me, so that in opposite wise his neck in fact continual journey made. And if the misery of this soft place bring in disdain, ourselves and our entreaties began one, and our aspect black and blistered. Let the renown of us thy mind incline to tell of who thou art, who thus securely thy living feet dost moor along through hell. He in whose footprints thou dost see me treading, naked and skinless, though he now may go, was of a greater rank than thou dost think. He was the grandson of the good Goldarda. His name was Guido Guerra, and in life much did he with his wisdom and his sword. The other, who close by me treads the sand, Tergeo Ordarbrandi, is whose fame above there in the world should welcome be, and I who with them on the cross am placed. Jacoporos de Curcio was, and truly, my savage wife, more than aught else doth harm me. Could I have been protected from the fire, below I should have thrown myself among them, and think the teacher would have suffered it. But as I should have burned and baked myself, my terror overmastered my good will, which made me greedy of embracing them. Then I began sorrow, and not disdain. Did your condition fix within me so that tardily it wholly it stripped off? As soon as this, my lord said unto me words on account of which I thought within me that people such as you are were approaching your city am, and evermore your labors and your honorable names I with affection have retraced and heard. I leave the gall and go for the sweet fruits, promised to me by the voracious leader, but to the sinner first I needs must pledge. So may the soul for a long while conduct those limbs of thine. Did he make an answer then? And so many may thy renown shine after thee, valor and courtesy saith thy dwell within our city as they used to do, or if they wholly have gone out of it. For Giglamor Borsiar, who is in torment with us of late and goes there with his comrades, doth greatly mortify us with his words. The new inhabitants and the sudden gains, pride and extravagance have in thee engendered, Florence, so that thou weepest thread already. In this wise I exclaimed with face uplifted, and the three, taking that for my reply, looked at each other as one looks at truth. If other times so little it doth cost thee, replied they all, to satisfy another, happy art thou thus speaking at thy will. Therefore, if thou escape from these dark places and come to re-behold the beauteous stars, when it shall pleasure thee to say, I was, see that thou speak of us unto the people. Then they broke up the wheel, and in their flight it seemed as if their agile legs were wings. Not an amen could possibly be said, so rapidly as they had disappeared, wherefore the master deemed best to depart. I followed him, and little had we gone, before the sound of water was so near us that speaking we should hardly have been heard, even as that stream which holdeth its own course, the first from Monteveso towards the east, upon the left-handed slope of Arpianerne, which is above called Archuarcherta Erde. It down descendeth into its low bed, and at fourthly its vacant of that name, reverberates there above San Bernardino from Alps by falling by at a single leap. wherefore 1,000 there were room enough. The thus downward from the bank precipitate, we found resounding that dark tinted water, so that it soon the ear would have offended. I had a cord around about me girt, and therewithal I will whom had designed to take that panther with the painted skin, after I this had all from me unloosed, as my conductor had commanded me. I reached it to him, gathered up in coil, whereat he turned himself to the right side, and at a little distance from the verge he cast it down into the abyss. It must needs be some novelty respond, I said within myself, to the new signal, the master with his eyes following so. Ah me, how very cautious men should be with those who not alone behold the act, but with their wisdom look into the thoughts. He said to me, soon there will upward come what I await, and what thy thought is dreaming must soon reveal itself unto thy sight. I, to that truth which has the face of falsehood, a man should close his lips as far as may be, because without his fault it causes shame. But here I cannot. And reader, by the notes of this my comedy, to thee I swear, so may they not be void of lasting favor. Athwart that dense and darksome atmosphere I saw a figure swimming upward come, marvelous unto every steadfast heart, even as he returns who goeth down, sometimes to clear an anchor which has grappled reef, or aught else that it in the sea is hidden, who upward stretches and draws in his feet. Behold the monster with the pointed tail, who cleaves the hills and breaketh walls and weapons. Behold him who infecteth all the world. Thus unto me my guide began to say, and beckoned him that he should come to shore, near to the confine of the trodden marble. And that uncleanly image of deceit came up and thrust ashore his head and bust, but on the border did not drag its tail. The face was as the face of a just man. Its semblance outwardly was so benign, and of a serpent all the trunk beside. Two paws it had, hairy unto the armpits, the back and breast, and both sides it had depicted over the nooses with the shields, with colors more groundwork or broidery. Never in cloth did Tartars make, nor Turks, nor were such tissues by Argan laid, as sometimes wherries lie upon the shore, that part in the water, part on land, as among the guzzling Germans there. The beaver plants himself to wage his war, so that vile monster lay upon the border, which is of stone, and shuts the sand waste in his tail, was wholly quivering in the void, contorting upwards the envenomed fork that in the guise of scorpion armed its point. The guide said, now perforce must turn aside our way a little, even to that beast malevolent that yonder coached him. We therefore on the right-handed side descended, and made 10 steps upon the other verge, completely to avoid sand and flame. And after we are come to him, I see a little farther off upon the sand of people sitting near the hollow place. Then said to me the master, so that full experience of this round thou bear away. Now go and see what their condition is. There let thy conversation be concise. Till thou returnest I will speak with him, that he concede to us his stalwart shoulders, thus farther still upon the outermost head of that seventh circle all alone. I went where sat the melancholy folk. Out of their eyes was sculpturing forth their woe. This way, that way, they helped them with their hands, now from the flames and now from the hot soil. Not otherwise in summer do the dogs, now with the foot, now with the muzzle, when by fleas or flies or gadflies they are bitten. And when I had turned my eyes upon the faces of some on whom the dolorous fire is falling. Not one of them I knew, but I perceived that from the neck of each there hung a pouch, which certain color had and certain blazing, and thereupon it seems their eyes are feeding. And as I, gazing round me, come among them, upon a yellow pouch I azure saw, that had the face and posture of a lion, proceeding then the current of my sight. Another of them saw high, red as blood, display a goose more white than butter is, and one who with an azure so engraved, emblazoned had his little pouch of white, said unto me, what dost thou in this moat? Now get thee gone, and since thou'rt all still alive, know that a neighbor of mine, Vitaliano, will have his seat here on my left hand side. A Paduan am I with these Florentines. Full many a time they plunder in my ears, exclaiming, come, the sovereign cavalier, he who shall bring the satchel with the 3 goats. Then twisted he his mouth, and forth he thrust his tongue like to an ox that licks its nose, and fearing lest my longer stay might vex him who had warned me not to tarry long, backward I turned me from those weary souls. I found my guide, who had already mounted upon the back of that wild beast, and said to me, now be both strong and bold. Now we descend by stairways such as these. Mount thou in front, for I will be midday, so that the tail may have no power to harm thee, such as he who has so near the og, the quarton of that his tail nails are blue already, and trembles all but looking at the shade. Each such became I at those proffered words, but shame in me his menaces produced, which maketh servant strong before good master. I seated me upon those monstrous shoulders, who I wished to say, and yet the voice came not as I believed. Take heed that thou embrace me. But he who other times had rescued me in other perils, soon as I had mounted, within his arms encircled and sustained me, and said, now, Geryon, bestir thyself. The circle's large, and the decent be little. Think of the novel burden which thou hast, even as the little vessel shoves from a shore, backwards, still backwards. So he thence withdrew, and when he wholly felt himself afloat, there where his breast had been, he turned his tail, and that extended like an eel he moved, and with his paws drew to himself the air. A greater fear I do not think there was. What time abandoned Vartan the reins, whereby the heavens, as still appears, were scorched, nor when the wretched Icarus his flanks felt stripped of feathers by the melting wax, his father crying, an ill way thou takest? Then was my own when I perceived myself on all sides in the air, and saw extinguished the sight of everything but of the monster. Onward he goeth swimmingly, slowly, slowly, wheels and descends, but I perceive it only by wind upon my face and from below. I heard already on the right the whirlpool making a horrible crashing under us, whence I thrust out my head with eyes cast downward. Then was I still more fearful of the abyss, because I fires beheld and heard laments, whereat I, trembling all the closest cling. I saw then, for before I had not seen it, the turning and descending by great horrors that were approaching upon divers sides, as falcon who has long been on the wing, who without seeing either lure or bird, maketh the falconer say, ah me, thou stoopest, descendeth weary, whence he started swiftly, thorough 100 circles, and alights far from his master, sullen and disdainful. Even thus did Geryon place us on the bottom, close to the basis of the rough-hewn rock, and being disencumbered of our persons, he sped away as arrow from the sting. And there is a place in hell called Malbolg, wholly of stone and of an iron color, as is the circle that around it turns. Right in the middle of the field malign, there yawns a well exceeding wide and deep, of which its place the structure will recount. Round then is that enclosure which remains between the well and foot of the high hard bank, and has distinct in valleys ten its bottom. As wherefore the protection of the walls, many and many moats surround the castles, the part in which they are of figure forms. Just such an image those presented there, and as about such strongholds from their gates unto the outer bank are little bridges. So from the precipices base did crags project, which intersected dikes and moats unto the well that truncates and collects them. Within this place down shaken from the back of Geryon, we found us, and the poet held to the left, and I moved on behind. Upon my right I beheld new anguish, new torments, and new wielders of the lash, wherewith the foremost Bolgia was replete. Down at the bottom were the sinners naked. This side in the middle came they facing us, beyond it with us, but with greater steps, even as the Romans for the mighty host. The year of Jubilee upon the bridge have chosen a mode to pass the people over, for all upon one side towards the castle their faces have, and go unto St. Peter's. On the other side they go towards the mountain, this side and that, along the livid stone. Beheld I horned demons with great scourges, who cruelly were beating them behind. Ah me, how they did make them lift their legs at the first blows, and soothed not any one. The second waited for, nor for the third. While it was going on, mine eyes by one encountered were, and straight I said, already with sight of this one I am not unfed. Therefore I stayed my feet to make him out, and with me the sweet guide came to a stand, and to my going somewhat back assented. And he, the scorched one, thought to hide himself, lowering his face, but little it availed him. For said I, thou that castest down thine eyes, if false are not the features which thou bearest, thou art vernacular scarciamenico. But what doth bring thee to such pungent sauces? And he to me, unwillingly I tell it, but forces me thine utterance distinct, which makes me recollect the ancient world. I was the one who the fair Gilsa induced to grant the wishes of the Marquise. However, the shameless story may be told. Not the sole Bolognese am I who weeps here. Nay, rather is this place so full of them, that not so many tongues today are taught, twixt Reno and Saverna, to say Sierpa. And if thereof thou wishest pledged or proof, bring to thy mind our avaricious heart. While speaking in this manner, with his scourge a demon smote him, and said, Get thee gone, pander, there are no women here for coin. I joined myself again unto mine escort. Thereafterward, with footsteps few, we came to where a crag projected from the bank. This very easily did we ascend, and turning to the right along its ridge, from those eternal circles we departed. And when we were there, where it is hollowed out beneath to give a passage to the scourged, the guide said, Wait and see that on thee strike the vision of those others evil born, of whom thou hast not yet beheld the faces, because together with us they have gone. From the old bridge we looked upon the train which towards us came upon the other border, and which the scourges in like manner smite. And the good master, without my inquiring, said to me, See that tall one who is coming, and for his pain seems not to shed a tear? Still what a royal aspect he retains! That Jason is, who by his hardened cunning the courtiers of the Ram made destitute. He by the Isle of Lemnos passed along, after the daring women pitiless had unto death devoted all their males. There with his tokens and with ornate words did he deceive Hypsipyle, the maiden who first herself had all the rest deceived. There did he leave her pregnant and forlorn. Such sin unto such punishment condemns him. And also for Medea is vengeance done. With him go those who in such wise deceive, and the sufficient be of the first valley, to know and those that in its jaws it holds. We were already where the narrow path crosses athwart the second dike, and forms of that a buttress for another arch. Thence we heard people who are making moan in that next Borgia, snorting with their muzzles and with their palms beating upon themselves. The margins were encrusted with a mold by exaltation from below that sticks there, and with the eyes and nostrils wages war. The bottom is so deep, no place suffices to give us sight of it without ascending. Then the archer's back where most the crag impends. Thither we came, and thence down in the moat I saw a people smothered in a filth that out of human privies seemed a flower. And whilst below there with mine eye I searched, I saw one with his head so foul with odor, it is not clear if he were clerk or layman. He screamed at me, "Wherefore art thou so eager to look at me more than the other foul ones?" And I to him, "Because if I remember I have already seen thee with dry hair, and thou'st Alessio intermiane of Lurca, therefore I thee more than all the others." And he thereon blabbering his pumpkin. The flatteries have submerged me here below, wherewith my tongue was never surfeited. Then said to me the guide, "See that thou thrust the visage somewhat farther in advance, that with thine eyes thou well the face attain of that uncleanly and dishevelled drab, who there doth scratch herself with filthy nails, and crouches now, and now on foot is standing. Thais, the harlot, who is replied unto her paramour, when he said, Have I great gratitude from thee? Nay, marvellous, and herewith let our sight be satisfied. O Simon Magus, O forlorn disciples, ye who the things of God which ought be the brides of holiness, rapaciously for silver and for gold do prostitute. Now it behooves for you the trumpet sound, because in this third Bolgia ye abide. We had already on the following tomb ascended to that portion of the crag which over the middle of the moat hangs plumb. Wisdom supreme, oh how great art thou showest in heaven, in earth, and in the evil world, and with what justice doth thy power distribute. I saw upon the sides and on the bottom the livid stone with perforations filled, all of one size, and every one was round. To me less ample seemed they not, nor greater than those that in my beautiful St. John are fashioned for the place of the baptizers, and one of which many years ago I broke for some one who was drowning in it. Be this a seal all men to undeceive. Out of the mouth of each one there protruded the feet of a transgressor, and legs up to the calf. The rest within remained, and all of them the souls were both on fire. Wherefore the joints so violently quivered, and they would have snapped asunder, withes and bands, even as the flame of unconscious things is wont to move upon the outer surface only. So likewise was it there from heel to point. Master, who is one who writhes himself some more than his other comrades, quivering. I said, and whom a redder flame is sucking. And he to me, if thou wilt have me bear thee down there along that bank which lowest lies, from him thou'lt know his errors and himself. And I, what pleases thee to me is pleasing. Thou art my Lord, and knowest that I depart not from thy desire, and knowest what is not spoken. Straightway upon the fourth dyke we arrived. We turned on the left-hand side, descended down to the bottom full of holes and narrow, and the good master yet from off his haunch deposed me not, till to the hole he brought me of him who is so lamented with his shanks, who over thou art, that standest upside down, O doleful soul, implanted like a stake. To say began I, if thou canst speak out. I stood even as the friar who is confessing, the false assassin, who then is fixed, recalls him so that death may be delayed. And he cried out, Dost thou stand there already? Dost thou stand there already, Boniface? By many years the record lied to me. Art thou so early satiated with that wealth, for which thou didst not fear to take by fraud the beautiful lady, and then work her woe? Such I became as people are who stand, not comprehending what is answered them, as if be mocked, and know not how to answer. Then said Virgilius, Say to him straightway, I am not he, I am not he thou thinkest. And I replied as was imposed on me, whereat the spirit writhed with both his feet, then sighing with a voice of lamentation said to me, Then that what wantest thou of me? If thou I am, thou carest so much to know, that thou on that account hast crossed the bank. Know that I vested was with the great mantle, and truly was I son of the she-bear, so eager to advance the cubs that wealth above, and here myself I pocketed. Beneath my head the others are dragged down, who have preceded me in simony. Flattened along the fissure of the rock below there I shall likewise fall, whenever that one shall come who I believe thou wast. What time the sudden question I proposed, but longer I my feet already toast, and here have been in this way upside down, then he will planted stay with reddened feet. For after him shall come our fouler deed from towards the west, a pasture without law, such as befits to cover him and me. New Jason will he be, of whom we read in Maccabees, and as king was pliant, so he governs France shall be to this one. I do not know if I were here too bold that him I answered only in this matter. I pray thee tell me how great a treasure our Lord demanded of St. Peter first, before he put the keys into his keeping. Truly he nothing asked but, Follow me. Nor Peter nor the rest asked of Matthias silver or gold, when he by lot was chosen unto the place the guilty soul had lost. Therefore stay here, for thou art justly punished, and keep safeguard over the ill-gotten money, which calls thee to be valiant against Charles. And there it not that still forbids me the reverence for the keys superlative thou hadst in keeping in the gladsome life. I would make use of words more grievous still, because your avarice afflicts the world, trampling the good and lifting the depraved. The evangelist you pastors had in mind, when she who sitteth upon many waters to fornicate with kings by him was seen, the same who with the 7 heads was born, and power and strength from the 10 horns received. So long as virtue to her spouse was pleasing, ye have made yourselves a god of gold and silver, and from the idolater how differ ye? Save that he one and ye 100 worship? Ah, Constantine, of how much ill was mother, not thy conversion, but that marriage dower, which the first wealthy father took from thee. And while I sang to him such notes as these, either that anger or that conscience stung him, he struggled violently with both his feet. I think in sooth that it may lead her pleased with such contented lip he listened ever unto the sound of the true words expressed. Therefore with both his arms he took me up, and when he had me all upon his breast, remounted by the way where he descended, nor did he tire to have me clasped to him, but bore me to the summit of the arch, where which from the fourth dyke to the fifth is passage, There tenderly he laid his burden down, tenderly on the crag, uneven and steep, that would have been hard passage for the goats. Thence was unveiled to me another valley of a new pain. Behooves me to make verses and give material to the 20th canto of the first song, which is of the submerged. I was already thoroughly disposed to peer down into the uncovered depths, which bathed itself with tears of agony. And people saw I through the circular valley, silent and weeping, coming at the pace which in this world the litanies assume. As lower down my sight descended on them, wondrously each one seemed to be distorted from chin to the beginning of the chest. From towards the reins the countenance was turned, and backwards it behooves them to advance, as to look forward had been taken from them. Perchance induced by violence of palsy, some one has been thus wholly turned away. But I never saw it, nor believe it can be, as God may let thee, reader, gather fruit from this thy reading. Think now for thyself how I could ever keep my face unmoistened. When our own image near me I beheld, distorted so the weeping of the eyes along the fissure bathed the hinder parts. Truly I wept, leaning upon a peak of the hard crag, so that my escort said to me, Art thou too of the other fools? Here pity lives when it is wholly dead. Who is greater reprobate than he who feels compassion at the doom divine? Lift up thy head and see for whom opened the earth before the Thebans' eyes, wherefore they all cried, Whither rushest thou, Amphiaraus? Why dost leave the war? And downward ceased to he not to fall amain, as far as Minos, who lays hold on all. See, he has made a bosom of his shoulders, because he wished to see too far before him. Behind he looks, and backward makes his way. Behold Tiresias, who his semblance changed, when from a male a female he became, his members being all of them transformed, and afterwards was forced to strike once more the two entangled serpents with his rod, ere he could have again his manly plumes, that Aruns is, who backs the other's belly, who in the hills of Luni there were grubs the caress, who house underneath among the marbles white a cavern had, for his abode whence to behold the stars and see, the view is not cut off from him. And she there who is covering up her breast, which thou beholdest not, with loosened tresses, and on that side has all the hairy skin, was Monto, who made quest through many lands. Afterwards tarried there where I was born, whereof I would thou list to me a little. After her father had from life departed, and the city of Bacchus had become enslaved, she a long season wandered through the world. Above, in beauteous Italy, lies a lake at the Alps' foot that shuts in Germany over trial, and has the name Benarco. By a thousand springs, I think, and more is bathed twixt Garta and Val Camonica Pianillo, with water that grows stagnant in that lake midway of places where the Trentine pasture and of Barcia and of Vernorsi might give his blessing if he passed that way. Sitteth Pesceria, fortress fair and strong to front the Brescians and the Bergamasques, where round about the bank descendeth Lois. There of necessity must fall whatever in bosom of Barnacle cannot stay, and grows a river down through verdant pastures. Soon as the water doth begin to run, no more Bonatico is it called, but Manicio, far as Gavarno, where it falls in Po. Not far it ruins before it finds a plain, which it spreads itself, and makes it marshy, and oft 'tis wont in summer to be sicky. Passing that way, the virgins pitiless land in the middle of the fern descend, untilled and naked of inhabitants. There to escape all human intercourse, she with her servants stayed her arts to practice and lived and left her empty body there. The men thereafter who were scattered round collected in that place which was made strong by the lagoon it had on every side. They built their city over those dead bones, and after her who first the place selected, Mantua named it, without other omen. Its people once within more crowded were, ere the stupidity of Casalordi from Pienamonte had received deceit. Therefore I caution thee, if ever thou hearest originate my city otherwise, no falsehood may the verity defraud. And I, my master, thy discourses are to me so certain, and so take my faith that unto me the rest would be spent coals. But tell me of the people who are passing, if any one noteworthy thou beholdest, for only unto that my mind reverts. Then said he to me, he who from the cheek thrust out his beard upon his swarthy shoulders was at the time when Greece was void of males, so that there scarce remained one in the cradle. And Olgur and with Corcas gave the moment, in Olis when to sever the first cable. Earphilus his name was, and so sings my lofty tragedy in some part or other, then knowest thou well, and who knowest the whole of it. The next who is so slender in the flanks was Michael Scott, who of a variety of magical illusions knew the game. Behold Guido Bernardi, behold Asderte, who now unto his leather and his thread would fain have struck, but he too late repents. Behold the wretched one who left the needle, the spool, and rock, and made them fortune tellers. They wrought their magic spells with urban image, but now for already holds the confines of both the hemispheres, and under Seville touches the ocean wave. Cain and the thorns, and yesternight the moon was round already. Thou shouldst remember well, it did not harm thee from time to time within the forest deep. Thus spake he to me, and we walked the whole while. But that was the Inferno I was reading from. Been reading a little bit of that each day.
Uh, that's great. Somebody commented something. You could go do something, or you could enjoy this program with Captain Cody of The Exorcist. That was funny. Because I was thinking something yesterday and the past couple of days, and I'm like, okay, okay, hold on a second. So I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna be like the Howard Stern of the spiritual awareness network, like a radio station. Boom, there, that covers it right there. It's everybody's comments is just fa. It works. Oh, that's great. That's great. For anybody watching, for anybody checking out the channel, if you're on TikTok or on Instagram, we are on youtube.com/Setra, Setchra, and better quality there and so forth. And we would like to reach out. We would like, when I say we, I would very much like to answer inquiries and questions and give some feedback or perhaps share some comments that people have. Um, in the comments section while I'm live, it's very difficult for me to go back and look at them even afterwards, as the comments are very numerous. And so, if you would like to write me, and you could share a comment or whatever the case, hopefully it's something positive or a question or something you'd like me to cover online, or even mention your name or not if you like. Um, and you can shoot me an email at Setra, Setchra, at yahoo.com. And well, negative ones I'll just put into the spam section, so those just go there automatically. But I would definitely like to give some feedback. I'm Bowen Mason. I was down in New Mexico for a bit. Um, Shoot me an email. But boom, there we go. Just jumped out was the Hermit and the Nine of Cups. That's what the Hermit winds up acquiring, as many cups which they can draw from. I I was at a place, and I won't say where and I won't say who, but I was at a particular place, and that kind of stuff started to happen. Like, people started to see me as something more, and some very interesting, miraculous things kind of happened. It was kind of interesting. I mean, people saw, and My journey has been a journey that I know a future is coming, and my objective, my indwelling intelligence that is unconditioned by anything or anyone, is to remain unconditioned. It's to remain who I am, and it's not to lose sight of that. And people have a lot of ability within themselves. They can do that creation. They can escape. They can be. They can liberate themselves out of where they've been stuck, and that involves change and accepting change on a regular basis. Because one thing I learned in the spirit is that, like, the lower self versus the higher self, the earthly, desirous, emotional self versus the contemplative, goal orientated self. And people can get there themselves. They can learn how to. That's a big reason why I share and I come on and I'm doing what I'm doing. Um, anyways, happy futures together. I'll tell you what. Thank you for the positive comments. Those are definitely appreciated. But the lots of love, definitely lots of love. As it is Sunday. Sunday. All right. We're going to get to the beings. Let's see here. Deities, gods, energies, chakra system. There was one comment, they said, "Are you in a temple or something? Are you in a pyramid or something?" The imagery that I choose to surround myself with helps to express to me that I can be all of these forms. I am all of these forms. And I can put that one on for a little bit, and then I can put that one back off. I can let that one return and just be more to my own core. I see so much to embody, and it is an external reflection of what is within me. And I truly see that for each person. For each person, I see that for each person as well. And so the different heads, the animal heads, just like we were reading earlier, taking off, putting on, that's a different role, it's a different energy, it's a different process entirely. But we are still us, we are still who we are. And to not let a situation control our behavior, but to be able to take that direction into our own being. The deities, the energies are within us. They are waiting to be activated by the correct sounds. And so, what I'm going to read next is explaining 11 of these systems, of these powers of energies that are within you and me, each of us. They are truly within each of us. And the first one we come to is Amen. Yes, Amen, as in at the end of a prayer. Amen. Amen means concealed. It is the Kemetic counterpart of the term subjective as we have used. It corresponds to the essential nature of the Supreme Being, which is the same as the essence of man's being. It is our unmanifested, unconditioned self, unmanifestable, unconditioned self, which is the ultimate source of life and consciousness. It is the unseen and the unseeable that looks out into the objective realm of spirits, thoughts, feelings, and physical phenomena. We must return our focus of consciousness back to it by the cessation of all thought activity. Once we have established this innermost point as our place of being, the living beyond emotional influences, we will attain to the state of Hetept. This is a state in which we are able to fully ignore all emotions that may rise into our awareness and thus attain to a peace that cannot be disturbed by any challenge in life. In the Hindu tradition, it is called Parabrahm Sarvikarpa Nirvana. This state of inner peace is the prime foundation for the functioning of the healing functions of the life force of Ra, the Chi, the Kundalini, and is the source of all spiritual power. Next we have Osar, and God said, "Let us make man in our own likeness." Now, it does not take much to realize that the likeness of God in which man is made, according to Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, cannot be the multitude of human frailties and sinfulness, neither can it be the corporeal creature of earthly existence, nor the varieties of qualities that make up our personalities. For as it is said, "Make not graven images of God thy Lord." How then are God and man similar? As a drop of water and the ocean are the same qualitatively, but different in magnitude, so are man and God. This fact is expressed in the Bantus, a major group in South Africa, categorical name for both God and man, Muntu, of which Bantu is the plural. It is the same with the name that the Comedians used for themselves, Kamal. Kam means black, and all the root of the mantra Ong, Asar, God and man, was used to denote themselves. But his self of ours, which is the likeness of the Supreme Being, is, as we have so much spoken of in earlier portions, the indwelling intelligence guiding all of the functions of our spirit, and through it the involuntary vital functions of the body. We cannot leave this section without throwing some light on the deity's name. To this date, no Egyptologist can explain the meaning of or origin of its name. The problem has its roots in the fact that the deity's name is not commonly written with the alphabetic hieroglyphs, but in the graphic metaphoric way, an eye above or beneath a seat, which does not provide much of a clue to the true pronunciation. Although no one has ever given a good explanation, it has been commonly rendered as Orsor, pronounced Orsor. The seat, which is called Ast, is by pruning derivation, as Budge aptly observed, used to represent the female aspect of the deity. Thus they call her Ast, pronounced Ost. But no one can say why is a seat used as a metaphor for her, and if this is the true pronunciation of her name, let's first deal with the meaning of symbolism. As the ninth sphere corresponds to the first stage of the work of spiritual development, it is the foundation, the yesod, or throne, or seat of spiritual evolution, meditation, and initiation. All acts of the will begins with mediumistic trance. When we recall the work to be done in the first stage, we will remember that it consists in going into mediumistic trance with the objective of returning our identity to the indwelling intelligence. The seat, then, therefore, is symbolic of mediumistic trance, and the eye symbolizes the indwelling intelligence. We must take a clue from the Canaanite Kabbalistical tradition, in which the ninth sphere is called Yesod, which means foundation, seat. Yet the deity of the sphere is called Shardei El Chai. Similarly, in the Kemetic tradition, the goddess of the ninth sphere, Olseth, is called Seat, Ost, by metaphoric punning. We understand the metaphor, but what is the pun based on? In Budge's Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, page 36a, we find the word Aus, A-U-S, which pronounced in the French EU with the beginning EU corresponds uh, uh, is water, which denotes the third person, singular, female. It corresponds to the Coptic S, which has the same grammatical role and is also the root of Ese, the Coptic name for the deity. On page 36a, we also find one of the few alphabetic spellings of the name Ost, Olset. On page 36b, we find Osars. Further confirmation comes from the fact that in the cosmological system of Anu, of Heliopolis, the city of the sun, of the Ra priesthood of the fifth dynasty, the female counterpart of Tem or Teramu, corresponding to Osar, is called Orsi. We are just not indulging here in scholarly gymnastics. The names Olset and Olsar conceal the word of power, Ong, which through which they are invoked. We have seen how Tahuti conceals Hung, Sekur, Sekari, Ta Sekari, conceals the word of power Kri. Heru, Hru, conceals the Heka, Hring, and so on. When we consider the fact that these very same Hegol, these words of power, turn up in Dravidian India in association to goddesses that match the qualities of the Kemetic deities point for point, then we must realize that we have unearthed a principle that we must pay a great deal of attention to. The third that we have is Tahuti, Thoth. A collection of data, however factual, is of little use until its elements are arranged according to their relationship with each other, in the whole of which they are parts. For example, until Lavoisier was born in 1743 and passed away in 1794, there was no science of chemistry, even though there was a vast collection of chemicals in use: sulfuric acid, nitric acid, silver nitrate, chlorine, etc., and the recipes for making them. It was only when Lavoisier discovered that all atoms had a distinct weight and configuration, a number of protons and electrons and so forth, and were thus subject to exact measurement, that the science of chemistry was born. If the collection of divine laws and spiritual counsels could also be subjected to some sort of objective measurement, then the providing of guidelines for living could also be elevated to a science of living. And such a means measurement has already been in place in African spirituality for over 10,000 years. In other words, unlike the biblical tradition, the Kemetic spiritual tradition is not composed of a collection of spiritual guidelines like chemistry and physics. Its principles are each assigned to a specific category, which elevates it to a strict science of living. The ability to qualify life's experiences and its spiritual guidelines through quantification and measurement is the property of the wisdom faculty Tahuti. One of the most important rituals and spiritual practices of the Kemetic system was called the Uchol Mertut, the weighing of words. The name Tahuti corresponds is compounded of Tehu, which means to measure, and Ti, which means dual. This name reveals a very advanced state of scientific sophistication of the Kemetic culture, which cannot be doubted from the fact that they had invented the system of quadratic equations, which is the foundation of the mathematical underpinning of science. The equations used in chemistry, physics, economics, and so on. The cosmology, the Kabbalah, was related to a system of equations. It can be deduced from the Arabic name for algebra, al-Jabbar mu-Kabbalah. The dual factors by which all ideas and concepts are weighed are based on their relative place in time, temporal or cyclical, and space, hieratic. We come across, for example, in the Chinese Oracle of Wisdom, the I Ching, that such and such a thing is to be done or not because of its relationship to the time in the cycle, the year, the month, and so on. Incidentally, there might have been some cultural exportations of the Kemetic wisdom to China. Let's start with noting the similarity between the root of the deity's name, Tehu, and the Coptic derivation of the name Tehuti, Tao, which are very similar to the Chinese term for their wisdom tradition, the Tao. The foundation of the Chinese oracle, the I Ching, is composed of the eight Po Kuo. Similarly to Huti's wisdom system, is also based on an Ogdar representing the primal powers of the eight cardinal points. The symbol for the Nome province of Tahuti and Kemet was represented by four broken lines, superimposed. I Ching practitioners will immediately recognize the correspondence to the yin lines, and Tao Te Ching diviners will recognize in it the 41st figure, which is the main figure of that oracular system. Of the Wachu Matut, there's a spatial hierarchical dimension. Duatur Matut, generally translated as weighing of words, is best translated as the evaluation of concepts, ideas, beliefs, behavioral shaping factors, and spiritual practices. It corresponds to the use of the tree of life as a device for the categorizing and evaluating our beliefs, mental and spiritual functions, and so on. By doing for the psychological shaping factors of our life, beliefs, behavioral mechanisms, and so on. What the periodical table of elements does for chemistry, the tree of life makes possible the creation of a science of behavior. It elevates philosophy, spiritual culture, psychology, and so forth into the realm of science by providing man
with the means of quantifying his idea and beliefs regarding these subjects. For example, the arrival at a conclusion of judgment without going through a thinking process, that is, through direct perception of the reality itself, instead of manipulating the symbols representing the reality called wisdom. We classify this mental process at the second sphere. The arrival at a conclusion or judgment through the manipulation of symbols embodying abstract analogies is called synthesis. It is related to this fourth sphere. The arrival at a conclusion of judgment, at a conclusion or judgment through induction, deduction, and inference is called syllogistic logic and is related to the eighth sphere. Not only has the tree allowed us to categorize each of these three modes of mental operations, it has allowed us to assign a value to each. Since the tree of life's scale of values flows from 0, the highest, to 10, the lowest, then wisdom is the highest of the three, followed by the synthesis, and in last place, syllogistic thinking. We can verify this in life as a product of syllogistic logical thinking. Western Orthodox medicine attempts to establish one to one cause and effect relationships for illness. Specific agent X causes specific health disorder Y, therefore, specific remedy Z must be used. Illnesses can be made to appear so specific that the same disorder will be given different names because it manifests in different parts of the body and in many cases treated differently. Because remedies are similarly considered, Western physicians have fallen into the delusionary belief in side effects, since their logical thinking is done through symbols, which can only embody a minor part of the realities they are representing. They fail to realize that the remedies of themselves are not limited to the effects that exist in their minds. Neither are the disorders caused by the single agents that they have identified. This is the primary cause of many of the medical malpractices that is rampant throughout Western medicine. Since many disorders can have this same underlying cause, it would make more sense to tie them together through an abstract name than to separate them as Westerners have done. The former has been done in the Chinese medical system. All disorders are given the same name, regardless of where they manifest in the body or of their outer appearances. In harmony with this, the same remedy is given in each case. The unitary approach, which obviously fosters order in thinking, a greater understanding and accuracy in evaluating and treating illnesses, is the synthetical approach of the fourth sphere. The approach of the second sphere is even greater. Without thinking, manipulating the vast set of medical data, the second sphere is able to arrive at an understanding of the shaping factors contributing to the creation and healing of an illness. In addition, as the second, fourth, and eighth spheres correspond to the eighth, sixth, and second stages of initiation, respectively, it is evident that greater spiritual and mental abilities are required for the wisdom approach, and so on. Every practice in life can be thus categorized and evaluated regarding mental dynamics and behavioral reshaping methods, so we can arrive at certain classifications and evaluations. There are two forms of working with the mantras or yogas, the words of power. There are small advantages that can be achieved by working with words of power without subjecting oneself to a course of spiritual development. This is the 10th sphere level. The true and full power of the Hegel, the words of power, can only be attained at the 7th level of initiation, the third sphere. All of life's problems can be assigned to one of three fundamental levels. The first and lowest level does not arise from conditionings that are opposed to our identification with All Saw and the laws of Mahat, but to our conditionings that are opposed to the contemplated objective, or from the dormancy of the spiritual power to achieve the goal. They can thus be overcome without transcending one's lower being. Success can be achieved by the use of such approaches that involve the use of Bach flower remedies, bhakti yoga, counseling, creative visualization, dianetics, herbal magic, esoteric use of herbs, animal sacrificial rituals. No, well, on that, I'm just going to say uh, insects. I use insects. Sometimes I see a little spider crawling outside my door in my room or something. That's what I do. Anyways, moving on. Hypnotherapy, Dianetics, mediumistic invocation of deities and ancestors, prayers, psychobernetics, positive thinking, sermonizing, and crystal working, and so on. The second level of problems arises from conditionings that are opposed to our identification with Assad and the laws of Mahat. Even if we have the ability to achieve the goal, success depends on living truth at the crossroads, which is the spiritual mechanism for transcending our anti spiritual conditionings. This type of problem can only be solved by the application of the Min-Ab meditation, that is, the stillness of your thoughts. The third level of problems arises from the dormancy of our higher faculties. Can you be motivated to develop your spiritual powers for the sake of discovering and aiding God's divine plan for the world? And this might require you to die to the vast amount of painfully acquired information and to the interest accumulated from the heavy investment in our earthly social undertakings. Can one understand why Chiramasta, the Indus Kush Dravidian goddess of wisdom, holds her severed head in her left hand and a sword in her right? And why three streams of blood flow from her headless neck to her lips? A hint, three is Sebek's number. A hint, three is Sebek's number. From the foregoing, we can see how the tree of life serves as a measuring rod, a slide rule, if you will, for the evaluation and classification of our ideas, concepts, and practices in life. Events can also be classified and evaluated according to their relative position in time. In many of the past areas, we had discussed or covered the spatial or hierarchical ordering of ideas, spiritual guidelines, behavioral expectations, spiritual training, and virtues. It is the absence of these tools for measuring our ideas and values why societies have become bogged down in a quagmire of opinions and ever increasing social disharmony and conflicts. Who among them is fostering the acquisition of the knowledge of reality by the stilling of the thinking mechanism? Yet, as we saw in past chapters, this is the only way of knowing truth, of arriving at the objective measurement of ideas, of finding the categorical imperative that eluded the great German philosopher Immanuel Kant to the very end of his frustrated life. This categorical imperative, this yardstick of life, is none other than the tree of life itself. Wisdom is achieved when consciousness in considering an issue flows through its 32 paths plus zero to achieve a judgment. The hekel, the word of power that corresponds to this mental faculty, is hung, which is concealed in the name Tahuti. Incidentally, the Buddhists borrowed it from the Dravidian wisdom goddess Chiramasta and synchronized it to their so-called Dhyani celestial Burga, Aksobia. It is of great importance to focus on the fact that man cannot save himself from the mere employment of their will. It must be guided by Tahuti. This is symbolized by Heru's dependence on Tahuti, on divine wisdom, to defeat Set, the one who killed his father. In our day to day existence, this translates into our attainment of salvation by perfecting the meditation skill of acquiring knowledge of reality through stilling the thought process, stopping the thought process. It is not a process of reasoning and logical manipulation of information acquired through study or observation, but one of reception of the omniscience of the intelligence dwelling within our being, our true self, Osar. It is in charge of directing all of our physiological and spiritual functions. It is important to realize that our physiological functions do not originate in our physical organs, but in the life force, Ra, Kundalini, Chi. It is important to realize that by stopping the thought processes, the logical rationalizations, we can access a power dwelling within our being that is one with the divine entity, that Chimerians said to have determined the revolution of the celestial bodies, the seasons, and keeps all manifestations in equilibrium. And this inner intelligence also enables us to direct, protect, and develop the full potential of our life force. In addition, in this respect, Tahuti is called the mind and eye, the Wachet of Ra. It is Tahuti that guides us to the lifestyle and actions that enable us to maintain the equilibrium between the two metabolic, the two combatants, Heru, anabolic, and Set, catabolic processes of the life force, Ra, within ourself. Last but not least, we must note that all high oracles, Ifa, the I Ching, and the Metu Netar, were received by prophets and sages while meditating at the second sphere level that we were talking about there. Sekar, the third sphere of the tree of life, energy within each person, is the divine faculty that is in charge of the life force of Ra, which is the formative base of all things in the world. Although the source of life is infinite, each entity is allowed to share in its infinity through a series of cycles of births. Each entity is thus allotted a finite portion of this life force at a time for its adventure in the world. This recycling principle governs the cycles of birth, growth, decay, death, rebirth, and so on. The life force behaves in this manner in conformity with the divine intention of guiding man to the realization of his divinity. Would most people bother to develop themselves and exert themselves if they were to be born with with full functionality, as many reptiles and lower creatures are, eternal youth and indestructibility? We are thus spurred on to exert ourselves in our youth to provide for the days that will surely come when we will be incapable of doing so, and of course by the ultimate, which is death. The subjection of the existence of all things to cyclical revolutions, which is governed by the deity, the divine faculty within, Kepre, divides their life term into two fundamental phases: birth and growth, death, decay and death, rebirth into the plane of origin. Thus, we achieve an infinitude of experiences through an infinite chain of finite existences. The phase of birth and rebirth is under the dominion of Kepre, Erma, the fertile mother in the Canaanite tradition, while the phase of decay and death is symbolized by the Hinu, or Af, the dead fish, boat, the Af boat, in which travels the aged Ra. Kepra, or Ema, brings all things into manifestation through the 50 sound units of power residing in the third sphere. These sound units, which are the basis of all Hekol, of all words of power, are metaphorized as the eggs of the beetle symbolizing Kepre, the 50 gates of Bina, the 50 skulls strung as the necklace of Kali and Indus Kush Sakar, the 50 oarsmen propelling the boat of Asar, and they are analogous to the 500,000 or so eggs that every woman is born with. At this level, these spiritual powers do not manifest the things of which they are the germs, but the underlying structure, the divine plan that provides the order governing the harmonious interaction of the forces shaping the formation of things and their interaction. These structures appoint the places in space and time ordering all manifestations. Incidentally, because its creative function corresponds to the female gender, which the Canaanite tradition supports, the goddess Amma. This deity often appears or possesses in its female form when invoked. As such, her name is Sekart. The male deity of the deity rules over the death process. Sekar was the deity of the necropolis at Saqqara. Allied to it in this function was the monster Ormit, or Armarum, whose functions was to destroy the Ab, the part of the spirit housing the consciousness and will of the deceased who failed to live in harmony with the laws of Mahat, of divine beings. During life, its activities are felt as the pangs of consciousness, of guilt, self recriminations, and so on. These are warnings that we are on the path to a failed destiny. This is to be expected as Sakura governs our destiny. The Kemetic term for destiny is skar, and for plan is sekar, which are clearly etymologically related to sekar. No two things can occupy the same place at the same time. Divine law, therefore, guarantees all things in their day in the sun. Our coming into being and the unfolding of all events in our life are controlled by the spiritual forces of Ptah at the Sakara level for the sake of maintaining order in the world. Destiny, therefore, is nothing more nor less than the expression of the structure, the plan that governs the unfolding of people's lives in order to guarantee them success. It is amazing to see how people are aware of the confusion and disorder that follow from the lack of planning and structure, yet fail to realize that the same would happen in nature and in the world if the Supreme Being had not laid a plan to guide the lives of men and nations. As above, so below. When we die or transcend the way of life in which earthly pleasure and personal interests are the motivating factors of our actions and undertakings, we come under the governorship of the deity Sakar. In either case, we have died to earth physically or spiritually. The doctrines of Sakar represent then the teachings that kill. We must remember that this does not mean a joyless life. Quite the contrary. It is one, as we will later see, that leads to greater ecstasy. When we keep in mind that the spirit is essentially unconditioned, it will be realized that our spirit is ever receptive to be reprogrammed to express joy and pleasure in response to any situation or stimulus. We can therefore transcend a way of life in which our will is led by what gives us pleasure and change over to a way in which pleasure follows our will to live new truths. Allied with the idea of dying to the things of the world is the host of symbols used to explain the domain of the deity. In the book of that which is in the underworld, the fourth hour, which represents the domain of Sakor, is described as a region in which there are no cultivation fields to be distributed to the faithful followers of Ra. It is full of thick darkness. Its floor is covered with sand, and it's lacking in water. Barren. This region is called Ta, land of Sekari. Note that the Kri in the name conceals the word of power, the Heko, Krim, of the deity. The truth that we must live at this sphere of the tree of life corresponds to the cycles governing natural phenomena. These were discussed in previous chapters.
The point to note here is that the times for eating, exercising, having sex, performing certain types of work, meditating, must not be dictated by our feelings, by our cravings, social or economic factors, but by the cyclical mechanisms governing nature. The discipline of adhering to the cycles governing life that the sphere imposes upon us is for the sake of enabling us to succeed in the use of words of power, as their manifestations are ordered by the law of cycles in order to keep them from conflicting with each other. All Hegel are based on 50 single word sound units, or 50 single sound units, which are symbolized in the Phoenician Kabbalistical system as the 50 gates of Bina, or the goddess Atma, through which all things in the world come into being and are recycled. In India, she appears as Kundala or Kali, the great mother who wears the necklace of 50 skulls. As mistress of the words of power and mother of all living things, she is depicted traveling in the boat of the star Septet, or Sirius, which is propelled by 50 oarsmen. These sound units are distributed throughout the 14 chakras, making up man's subtle body. As this sphere corresponds to the highest manifestation of man's spiritual power, it is the dwelling place of the power aspect of a spirit. In the Kemetic tradition, it is the Shechem, the Saidic Coptic Shkum, in the Kabbalistical, the Shekinah, in the Indus Kush tradition, the Shakti. Men who wield this power were given the title of Shechem. In fact, this is the true title for the Kemetic King of Kings. The term found its way into the Arabic, where we find that the great royal leaders are called sheikh. In India, the Kundalini yogis are called Shakta, and their counterpart further up north are called shamans. It is important to note that all of these cognate terms all begin with the letter sh. Egyptologists commonly render the term as Shechem, even though many words written with the hieroglyph for S appear as sh in the Coptic, Hebraic, and Phoenician. We see the same in the Hindu rendition of many Dravidian words. For example, Shakti and Shakta are also rendered Sakti and Sakta. Come right back to that. Oh, that's interesting. Mahat, pronounced Maat, corresponds to the faculty within man wherein is intuited the experience the urge to live truth according to the laws of the indwelling self. The name and the meaning are derived from the hieroglyph that is the phonetic symbol of Maha, the measure of a cubit. The connection of measurement with truth is one of the most profound achievements of the mind. We saw that the name of Mahat's complement, brother, husband, Tahuti is also based on the idea of measurement. When something, one side of an equation is known, it is because we have an objective standard, the other side of the equation against which to measure it. Hence the double measure, or Tahuti, the Uchal Mertut, weighing of words, and the weighing of the heart, judgment, and so on. The construction of all things and the unfolding of all events are based on universal patterns underlying the activities of all natural forces, while some of the patterns underlying physical phenomena have been discovered and codified by Western scientists. Africans and other non Western people have discovered and codified the patterns governing our day to day existence and spiritual development. In other words, the quality of life and the destiny of men and nations are ruled by forces that are as mensurable and subject to codification into immutable laws as are the factors governing physical and chemical phenomena. In the esoteric tradition, the branch of study governing these laws is cosmology. The embodiment of these laws, moral canon, against which the actions and beliefs of man are weighed and measured, is Mahat. By extension, the term Mahat has several denotations in the everyday language of the Kemetic people: straight, rule, law, canon, by which the lives of men is kept straight, real, unalterable. It, the law, hath never been altered since the time of Asar, upright, righteous, and steadfast or consistent. The law correspondent, steadfast or consistent, is of extreme importance. In the Kemetic tradition, a person cannot claim that he is living truth if he has not been consistent in the observance of the spiritual laws at each and every crossroad situation. That is why it is said, today as yesterday, tomorrow as today, is truth. We have seen that the basis of truth is living by a standard imposed by our essential divine nature. This leads unavoidably to the question of where does man find the strength to rise to a moral standard of which God is the standard of measure? In the Kemetic tradition, the answer has been concealed in their metaphoric, so called mythologic mode of communicating spiritual scientific information. Mahat is the daughter of Ra, we are told, but its meaning has been clouded by the popular belief that Ra represents the sun or the sun god. Ra pronounced Ra and not Re, hence or light, Aurum gold, or aura, aurora, radiation, ardentare, fiery, and so on, corresponds to the solar energy or life force stored in physical bodies. It is the kundalini of the Hindus, the chi of Chinese metaphysics, aganyu of the Yorubas, dambarta, werdu of the Phones, and so on. An abundance of life force which is acquired through proper diet, adequate exercise, and the avoidance of sensual excesses is required for developing the strength to live truth. The implications of this fact are that as long as people are kept ignorant of how to cultivate their life force, and worse, kept indulging in a lifestyle characterized by wrong diet, sexual excesses, and so on, they will never intuit or understand or find the strength to live truth. Society must then be doomed to ever deepening decadence. Salvation, they teach, can supposedly be achieved by asking for God's forgiveness after a life of debauchery. Mahat is generally depicted as a woman holding the Ankh, the Ankh cross, symbol of the Hekal, the word of power Ong, in one hand, and the papyrus scepter, representing the book of the law, in the other. On her head rests the feather, her main symbol, which is the standard against which the will or the heart of the initiate is weighed. In one pan of the scale is placed the heart, and in the other the feather, which symbolizes the lightness of truth, that is, the absence of emotional force, and that characterizes the action of truth. A fact little known to Egyptologists is that in her furrow, a wrinkle in her face, lays concealed the scepter of flint, which she confers upon the initiate after he has been found to be true of heart, to have lived truth, that is, to be used to kindle the fire of Ra, is a hint regarding the life force, the kundalini, the chi, arousing power of living truth. This is the key of the supreme mantra, Ketanya, mantra awakening, the secret that has eluded many yogis for millenniums. Herukuti, also called Heru Behurtet, is the divine principle that safeguards our existence from the injustices of others. It works sternly through the law that states that you reap what you sow. Be consistent in being just with others, and you will be spiritually protected by this divine power. Its aggressive power is also the foundation of the temperament of natural athletes, warriors, business executives, and so on. In the Kemetic tradition, it is the form in which Heru fights against Set in order to regain the throne, control over one's life, that the latter usurped. The seeming contradiction that arises from considering Heru Behurtet a form of Heru is cleared up when we realize that ultimately there is only one deity in the world with different faculties. While Heru corresponds to the steady supply of non adrenaline that enables us to carry out all activities of externalization, Hiru Behurtet, corresponds to the extreme surges of adrenaline that support our aggressive sexual arousal and immune responses. There are a great deal of misunderstandings that have gained performance in the thinking of the majority of Egyptologists. Leading these is the popular misconception that Heru is the sun god. It is damaging on two counts. For one, it is a perversion of the true meaning of the deity, and for another, it perpetuates the slur that African people worshiping material things such as the sun, the rivers, the lakes, and animals. In a qualified sense, we can say that the sun is used as a metaphor to lead thinking to the understanding of the set of phenomena under the control of natural forces labeled Hiru. Specific to our present consideration is the division of the human metabolism into two phases. One is characterized by the rise of bodily temperature, and the other by its decrease. Each phase has its set of temperature, temperament, dependent or related physiological and physical functions. Those that are directly related and dependent on the rise in temperature above the mean can be metaphorized as solar, the very extreme stages as marital. Martial. The opposite phase is assigned to the moon, Mercury, and Saturn. The mean between the two extremes is assigned to Venus and Jupiter. Hero corresponds therefore to the solar phase of the psychophysical metabolic cycle, which is mediated by non adrenaline and other chemicals of the sympathetic nervous system. It enables us to become and remain awake. Portem Heru, to externalize our focus of consciousness, to reason, pay attention, to carry out our will, to utilize the organs and faculties of external activity, the eyes, the frontal part of the cerebrum, the hands, the legs, and so on. Hiru corresponds to our will, which is the freedom to follow or reject divine law, and our emotions. This freedom is the crux of our divinity. Without it, man would be compelled to follow the structural shaping forces of order which manifest in the 10th sphere as the instincts that compel all other creatures to obey the law, in which case he could not be held accountable to law, human or divine, let alone be considered the likeness of God. Hence, spiritual growth occurs only when
behavior and actions are initiated independent of emotional impulses. Many people are ignorant of the intrinsic freedom of their will or are so habituated to acting out of emotional impulsion or seemingly compulsion that they voluntarily renounce their intrinsic mastery over their spirit. This defaulting to the emotions is represented by Hiru Kinti en Maharti, or Heru the blind. The other common misconception about the will is the belief that power is an attribute of it. The ability to achieve one's will is therefore spoken as strength of will, but the very factors that make the will intrinsically free of emotional, the power part of our being, influence also denies it of power as its attribute. A major correspondence of Hiru, Shango, the sun, and so forth, is the king and all the people in authority. His function is to command the people in the army to carry out works. He does not have the power to do it himself. Similarly, when we declare our will to achieve a goal or carry out a behavior, we are commanding another part of our being which possesses the attributes of power. This is Ra, our life force. It is of interest to note that the symbol of Ra is a serpent surmounting the solar disk, and of all of its creative functions are carried out through the agency of Hekol, of the words of power. We should not be surprised that the most primitive, hence most powerful parts of our brain, the reptilian brain, or R complex, is responsive to sound waves and rhythm and not ideas. Perhaps someday Western psychologists will realize that this part of the brain is the doorway to the root shaping factors of our behavior, as well as the powers of nature. The supreme way, then, of willing events is through the chanting of the word of power controlling the physical manifestation. This manner of declaring our will is symbolized by Hippocrates, Heru, the child. He is depicted emerging from a lotus wearing the red and white crown, holding the flail and crook in one hand, while making the sign of silence and of chanting the words of power. The lotus, which is a flower that requires a great deal of sunlight and encloses with the setting of the sun and opens with its rising, is a symbol of the psychic centers, the chakras, wherein manifests the forces represented by the words of power. The sign of silence and chanting the word of power, which is made by pointing the index finger to the mouth, symbolizes chanting combined with the cessation of ideation as the supreme means of expressing the will. Interesting enough, a little bit off the book, doing that. It's not telling you to stop talking, it's actually telling your brain to stop thinking. Our willingness to carry out our will, as we all know so well, depends greatly on our state of vitality. Heru is assisted in his work of protecting the work of Al-Sar on our behalf by his four children. Harpi, who represents a northern force and protects the small viscera of the body. Tuamutef represents the eastern and protects the heart and the lungs. Amset represents the southern and protects the stomach and large intestines. And Quebesanulf represents the western and protects the liver and gallbladder. There's more than just mere symbolism at work here, but the heart of the teaching is that by observing order, regularity, and the cycles governing the body's functions, the health of the vital organs were ensured, and thus the vitality. It is thus that we secure and preserve the ability to maintain the clarity of mind that is necessary for the practice of the Menab meditation and a sense of vitality that supports our willingness to carry out our will. Compare this with common belief, even among psychologists and mind power experts, that willpower is developed through mental exercises.
As you were mentioning earlier.
Blah, blah, blah. All that strikes us, this is moving into Heru, all that strikes us as being beautiful, harmoniously juxtaposed forms in the world is the work of the deity Heru. In human life, this natural intelligence manifests itself as artistic expression, social grace, charm, artistic as well as scientific invention, pleasure seeking, and so on. Heru has its seat in the human body, in the gonads. Its Kemetic name is an indication of this fact. Heru literally means house, Het, house of Heru. Heru corresponds to those solar metabolic phase factors responsible for the virilization and masculinization of the adult male of the species, the metaphysical forces behind the production of androgen. In the Yoruba tradition, Heru is Shango, the patron of kings who wears pants with exaggerated crotches to show that he outmans all other men. With head Heru, the emphasis is not on the hot gonadal expression of Heru, but on the cool, peaceful, joyous, refined, charming sexual arousal and seductive behavior that stimulates the production of estrogen, the female reproductive system, and the female reproductive system. Concealed from the knowledge of the majority of people is the fact that sexual arousal is an expression of the arousal of the life force Ra. In fact, during the earliest times in Kemetic history, Heru was considered the principal female counterpart of the deity Ra, and therefore the mother of the deities. Her dominion over the imagination is the rational for the association. The sensations of joy and pleasure, or negative feelings, are expressions of the arousal of the life force, and the images that form the content of the visualization or daydreams, the dhyana, are the spiritual molds that guide the physical forces of the realization of their goals. In her role as the imaginative faculty, she is Nebhet, the lordess of the house. This house, of course, is the spirit. This can be easily understood from the fact that all spiritual work must be carried out through the concentration on images in a state of trance. Images plus an aroused life force of Ra plus trance, mediumistic or waking, plus or equals spiritual realization. Whoever, whoever remembers this formula, observes Mahat, follows Tahuti, identifies with Asar, and will achieve all their needs in heaven and on earth. In her role as imagination, she is also the eye, the watchet of Heru. That is the eye of will, or simply our ability to visualize what we will to achieve. When the Kemetic texts say that the deities whose bodies were composed of light nourished themselves on the celestial light supplied to them by the eye of Heru, they are referring to the subtle luminous matter out of which our images are formed. Moving to Sebek. Sebek is the name given to the planet Mercury by the Egyptians during the Greco Roman time. Earlier it was called Sebku. In astrology, Mercury is styled as the messenger of the gods. This is because it corresponds to the language verbalizing centers Braca and Warneke that are located in the left hemisphere of the cerebrum. We must take note of the fact that all of our other faculties are only able to communicate sensations and images. Verbal thinking is a process of putting into verbal form, informing what is felt, imagined, or already known non verbally. This will become very clear if you are able to practice clipping your thoughts as soon as they begin to appear. You'll realize that even though you suppress the completion of the sentence or paragraph, you are still able to know what the words were going to indicate. This is because the knowledge of what you clothe in thoughts precede the mental verbalization of such knowledge. Sebek translates these nonverbal messages into words. If the names, definitions, and logical activities concerning these nonverbal messages are in harmony with reality, then the way is open for the indwelling intelligence to extend its operations to the outer, the career, the marriage part of our lives. Otherwise, it's closed. It is important to note that Western psychologists have overrated the value of his faculty, obviously for the fact that it is the foundation of their technological and commerce oriented culture. Their unqualified statement that it corresponds to language cannot be accepted. To be precise, it corresponds to the verbalizing aspects of language. It does not have the ability to process meaning, to understand, which is the function of the right side of the brain, a fact that suggests how and why the left side of the brain is the chief source of mischief in the world. Long before Western scientists even suspected about the dualization of the brain, the Kabbalistical tradition had an extensive knowledge about it. Quoting from the Zohar and the Kabbalah, unveiled S.L. McGregor, Mathers states that when the inferior man descendeth into this world like unto the supernal form in himself, there are found two spirits. Man is formed from two sides, from the right and from the left. With respect unto the right side, he had Namstar Kurdisha, the holy intelligences. With respect unto the left side, Narbeshchea, the animal soul. Man sinned and was expanded on the left side, and then they who are formless were expanded too. That is, those of spirits of matter who received dominion in the inferior paths of the soul of Adam, whence arouse concupiscence. There are few things that can rival the possession of a great deal of information without understanding. Sebku, Sebek, and Sobek are etymologically related to Seb, from whence Seba and Sebol are derived, as Seb or Geb is a name for the earth god. Sebek or Sebku corresponds to information derived from earthly experiences, from outside ourself as opposed to the spiritually intuited wisdom. We also have Samba, to educate, Sambol, school, Sambat, pupils, and Sambai, teacher. Sebek is the faculty that enables us to separate and label parts of a whole or members of a group on the basis of their external differences. Without this faculty, we would look at an event or thing and not be able to distinguish its parts or phases. Yet because of it, we segregate things and events that belong together into airtight compartments based on their superficial external differences, and thus create a host of problems in the world. This is the source of all hypocritical acts, contradictions, and the failure to transfer what is learned in a situation to analogous situations. The segregating function of Sebek is chiefly supported by the verbal functions of language, definitions, descriptions, naming. To define a thing is to explain what it is and is not. To segregate it into from or to segregate from other things. Few people know that verbal thinking with its definitions and names is an obstruction to acquiring the knowledge of reality. When most people look at a thing or event, they fail to see what is really there because the subject faculty interposes the definitions and formulas that have been fed us via the educational process. Even where the definitions are useful and correct, there's still a process of substituting the symbols representing reality for the reality itself. Thus, to know reality, the thinking process must be stilled, stopped. The Sebal, the plural of Serba, are therefore all individuals whose lives are determined by earth-born information, as opposed to spiritual teachings and the intuitions from the wisdom faculty Tahuti. This is why the Sebal were considered the enemies of Ra and Alsar. The earth-born information closes the way to the development of our life force and our spiritual growth. Sobek corresponds to the side of Sebek as the guardian of the threshold. Sebek symbolized the crocodiles which closed the way to Arabians attempting to smuggle themselves into Kamit. We find the same throughout Africa, where cognate deities like Elegba, etc., are also the guardians at the entrance of shrines and homes. Anpu, called Anubis by the Greek, and Apuat, opener of the way. Two aspects of the mercurial principle Sebek share the duty of the guiding the deceased in the underworld to Mahat's hall of justice, where the heart is weighed. The deceased in this case are symbols of the person undergoing the spiritual initiation, as it results in dying to certain things in the world, as well as to the personality. This is why Reformed Christians say that they are born again. The underworld, the Duat, the Aminta, corresponds to the subconscious to which the focus of consciousness is transferred during trance. Anpu and Apuat are depicted as canine-headed men because the faculty of cleverness, among others, that they represent is the dominant trait in dogs, foxes, jackals, and so on. The ability of canines to learn to respond to a large number of verbal commands is also well known. The goddess Allset, moving on to the Divine Mother, is the embodiment of those intuitive and instinctive faculties that lay deep within our psyche, governing our ability to care for and nurture others. People in whom this faculty is strongly developed are very protective and caring and nurturing. These qualities amongst the Comedians and other Africans were most desirable in mothers and wives. In traditional ancient culture, social role models are based on organic laws that take in and integrate all aspects of man's being. It is an indisputable fact that women as a whole have a lower metabolic rate and a higher parasympathetic output than men. Among many functions, the parasympathetic nervous system governs reproduction, gestation, and the trance states. These are the principles upon which women's roles in traditional African tribal culture are defined. Activities that overstimulate the sympathetic, the military or hunting, those with psychic aggressiveness, or diminish the capacity of the parasympathetic functions were discouraged in women. The toll to be paid is in the reduction of the quality of childbearing, social peace and harmony, and spiritual inspiration. The latter is to be understood from the intimate relationship between the parasympathetic and trance. As religion concerns itself with the inner realm of being, its main means, therefore, is the process of trance. It is the state in which an individual's externalizing faculties are detached from the will, allowing the focus of consciousness to be internalized. Proficiency in this state of internalized consciousness gives the individual full acquaintance with the metaphysical realm. On one hand, communication becomes possible with the two classes of entities dwelling therein, the living dead, the ancestors, and the spirits or natural intelligences, angels, and so forth, that administer the phenomena of the world. On the other hand, first hand knowledge of man's metaphysical vehicles and his true relation with God, the divine laws, and the divine world is attained. Participation in African and Oriental rituals will reveal that women in general can enter into the states of trance with greater ease than men. This is why societies that utilize trance working in their religious practices have a greater appreciation and respect for women and protect their capacity for prophetic inspiration by safeguarding them from such activities as soldiering, policing, and other things of the sort. Allset, as mother of all living things, corresponds to the stage of conception of the will to achieve a specific goal. This conception, the uniting of the will and image of what is to be achieved to the life force of Ra, is achieved through mediumistic trance. It is interesting to note that in the Kemetic language, the word tut means to clothe, image, to beget, etc. Out of ignorance, most of the time that people declare the will to achieve a specific goal, they are in a state of externalized consciousness, non emotional state, or verbalize it, and therefore fail to impress the idea upon the life force. The same claim, mother of the gods and the living, is made for Het Heru, but her function deals with the gestation of the impregnated idea, daydreams in which we are enjoying the objective. In our discussion of Allsot above, we discussed the origin and meaning of Allset's name. We must add that her special name as Kenamet Onket also conceals the fact that she is also to be invoked through the Hekal Ong. Onk. Note that G and K are interchangeable. In this role, she shares many of the attributes of the Dravidian white Kata goddess, who combines both the qualities of Allsod and Allset. This name, Kenemet Onket, which denotes the water of life and fertility, is also applied to Hedhiru. As such, she corresponds to the Dravidian Greek Kata, the healing and fertility giving powers of this Hekal, Ong, Tong, has been proven many times in the Allset and Heru shrines of the Allset Society. Moving on to Seb, or Geb, the god of Earth, the one within of our planet. Says it has just begun to dawn in the past decade or so on Western scientists that the manner in which the Earth maintains the equilibrium in the fluxes and utilization of water, heat, carbon dioxide, oxygen, nitrogen, and the myriad of substances necessary to sustain life resembles so much the picture of the homeostatic functions in living creatures that the science of geology is best redefined as physiology, and the Earth looked at as a living entity. This emerging science, which considers the Earth a living being, is called Gaia. Over 6,000 years ago, our African ancestors called it Geb. Not only did they consider the Earth to be alive, they noted that it played a major role in man's spiritual development. As Seb, the divine goose, the earth god broods upon the egg within which man's earthly experiences unfold. Our earthly life is the embryonic stage of our spiritual development. The earthly demands and rewards, the carrot on the stick, the pressure of existence brought us toward the awakening of our spiritual talents and powers. Recall what was said about our mortality and vulnerability in the discussion role of Sakkad. In this, as divine ox god, Deb is called the Arbol of the gods. That is, it has inherited the role of the deities as the initiator of man's spiritual evolution. This is important as most people think of the earth in terms of its imprisonment of man's consciousness, without considering the fact that at the same time it provides the stimulus for escaping it. According to the Pratim Heru, the Book of the Dead, the righteous were provided with words of power that allotted them to escape the earth, while the wicked, the materialists, were held fast by Seb. It must be noted that inherent in the function of the earth as the imprisoner of consciousness and augsgo towards spiritual development is its role as verifier of spiritual development. A proof of spiritual development is the ability to rise above the emotional and sensual influences, which, after all, are expressions of the animal, the earthly part of being. The ability to learn independently of externals and from within, the ability to control or influence earthly events in our bodies and environment through the power of our life force at the command of our will. Moving to Sheps, a vast majority of people who contemplate the great architectural wonders of Comet never realize that the majority of the greatest and most magnificent structures were built in honor of the ancestors. All traditional African societies possess the knowledge of how to communicate with the deceased. It is very important to note that although Western religions believe in the existence of man's spirit and its survival of the body after death, there are no religious or social institutions for communicating with the dead. The most important outcome from communicating with the deceased is the realization that man's true being is not only independent of his physical body, but the fact that it precedes and survives the existence of the body. And finally, that it is immortal. Ultimately, a people's philosophy of life and their cultural expression is based on their belief in the mortality of or immortality of their essential being. In practice, regardless of claims, Western man lives his life as if it was the only one. Underlying Western culture is the belief that life on earth is a one time experience that is to be lived for its own sake. Spiritual philosophy begins with the understanding of the meaning of life before and after death, which could only be empirically acquired through communications with the deceased. So great was the empirical revelation of man's immortality that the greatest architectural wonders of Kemet were dedicated to the honor of the dead. No less important was the fact that the ability to communicate with ancestors has enabled Africans and Orientals and others to unite people into kinship groups that transcended the lower and limited ties of blood. Western scientists delight in parading their erudition regarding the fact that all cells in existence today have been in existence from the beginning of time. Yet, for the most part, Westerners are incapable of establishing firm kinships beyond the immediate family circle of husband, wife, and child. In most traditional African societies, millions of people who are and will remain strangers to each other are tied through an ancestors functioning as spiritual clan heads into a web of responsibilities that would be expected only from the immediate family. It is in this manner, out of a sense of extended blood kinship, that traditional, not westernized, African societies with populations numbering in the millions have been able to maintain law and order without police systems, ideology, and so on. Obviously, place specific to different things going on in the world. Although all ancestors have the potential to function as unifiers of the people at different levels, not all of them did so. Only such people who lived up to the standards imposed by Tahuti is the great Sheps in Kemenu, earned the right and privilege to become Sheps, the honored living or honored dead. Incidentally, Africans have never worshipped ancestors. Ancestral rituals have always aimed at establishing communication with ancestors to enable them to contribute to the direction of the nation. Thus, we must reject the Western concept of ancestor worship. Ra, pronounced raw, hence or, light, orum, oral gold, orat, aureus, aura, aura, is the active state of nu, nut, the undifferentiated infinite energy and matter from whence all things living and non-living originate. It is known as chi or ki in the Oriental tradition, kundalini in Dravidian India, and the or that emanated from the union of Ain and Sof, according to the Kabbalistical tradition. Although it is not correct to say that Ra is the sun god, it is quite correct to relate its functions to the solar energy as the energy matter basis of all manifestations in our solar system. The planets, including the Earth's with its life forms, owe their existence to the solar emanations, as the solar energy then is the material and energy basis for the creation and maintenance of life, physical and metaphysical. The wisdom traditions of Africa and the Orient and other tribal ancient ways devised ways of manipulating it. No, they never worshipped it. What Western scholars have interpreted as sun worship are the many practices for cultivating it, replenishing it, divining its activities as it works outside the ken of normal waking consciousness, living in harmony with the rhythmic and cyclical manifestations of its modalities air, wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. These are the subjects of pranayama, breath control, Taoist yoga, Tantra yoga, so called fetishism or fakirism, Hatha yoga, Kundalini yoga, Mantra yoga, Raja yoga, Tai Chi, Chi Kung, Aikido, Homop, 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 Radhasthaya, Western Voodoo, acupuncture, divination by lots or dreams or omens. The subjects are manifold, as you can see. We must restrict ourselves to two of its most important manifestations: our breath, which is the principal way in which we take in the life force, is ionized into positive and negative electromagnetic polarities by agents in our nostrils. These two currents of breath, which are analogous to the north and south emanations of magnets, control the two phases of our metabolism. In his book Researchers on the Vital Force, translated by University Books, Baron Karl von Reichenbach, in the 1700s to the 1800s, discoverer of kerosene, reports his findings from experiments on the life force. Slow downward passes of strong magnets, forced of 10 pounds and up, close to the skin but not touching, produced in sensitivities a sensation of agreeable coolness from one pole and disagreeable warmth from the other pole. In some cases, the energy from either pole was so strong that it caused pain, spasm, nausea, jerking of the body, faintness, and so on. The warm current, which is red orange as seen clairvoyantly, is generated by the southern or electropositive pole of the magnet. It predominates in the left side of the body in metals, alkaline, pH, moonlight, the electropositive elements, and the southern node of the moon, called the Dracornis Kertu, the dragon's tail. The current, the cool current, which is bluish gray, is generated by northern and electronegative pole and predominates in the right side of the body. Metalloids, acid pH, sunlight, light, heat, electronegative elements, and northern node of the moon, Caput Draconis, the dragon's head, Rahu. It is important to note that these two currents correspond to the Earth's southern and northern magnetic poles, and hence to the electromagnetic powers flowing along the meridians of the Earth.
Along with the east and west currents, they play major shaping roles in the electromagnetic processes going on in all atoms and their chemical and electrophysical activities. In the 1960s, Carrie Lawton developed a photographic process that makes it possible to photograph the radiations given off by these currents of energy. And one more. And this brings us to our final one, two, Nekebet and Watchet. In the Kemetic tradition, the science for manipulating the two magnetic forces which form the essence of all psychic powers was subsumed in the teachings associated with the symbols of the deities Nekebet and Watchet. These powers were considered important that they were made the tutelary deities of Kadamit. Nekebet, which corresponds to the electronegative northern pole of the magnet, was the chief protectress of upper or southern Karmit. She is depicted as a woman wearing a white crown of Upper Egypt and holding a lotus scepter intertwined by a serpent, which together symbolize the electromagnetic forces, the serpent of the psychic centers, the lotuses. Uachin, which corresponds to the electropositive southern pole of the magnet, was the chief protectress of lower northern Kamit. She's depicted as a woman wearing the red crown of lower Kamit and holding a papyrus scepter intertwined by a serpent. Their correspondences to the poles of the magnet are revealed in the ceremony for embalming the dead, where the priest says to the mummy, the goddess Watchet comes into you in the form of the living Orat to anoint with your head with their flames. She, the Orat, rises up on the left side of your head, and she shines from the right side of your temples without speech. They rise up on your head during each day and every hour of the day, even as they do for their father Ra, and through them the terror which you inspire in the Holy Spirit is increased. And because Watchet and Nekebet rise up on your head, and because your brow becomes the portion of your head where they establish themselves, even as they do upon the brow of Ra, and because they never leave you, all of thee is stricken into the souls which are made perfect. And there are a number of very important correspondences in the above quotation. The orat, the aureus, which will be explained, is composed of the conjunction of the watchet and nekebet. The statement, and she shineth from the right side of the temples without speech, is exceedingly remarkable as it shows that the Comedians possessed over 6,000 years ago the knowledge that the right side of the brain is speechless. We can go further and point out that the Comedian kings placed the head of the vulture, Mut, symbolized of motherhood, which corresponds to Nekebet, the bluish gray, cool electronegative force on the right side of the forehead. While the head of the cobra representing Watchet, the warm reddish orange electropositive force, was placed on the left side of the forehead. By this, the kings of Kamit signaled that a psychic power was very important for the protection of the nation, and that the acquisitive, cool, agreeable force of Neketebet and Mut were over the domestic policy of the nation. The southern part of Kamit, well away from the Asiatic desert, homelands, and nomadic routes, was for the most part home to the chief capitals of Kadamit. The northern part of Kadamit was placed under the Red Crown and watched it as a symbol of the hot offensive front protecting the motherland from the hostility of the Asiatics. In the statement that they rise up on your head during each and every hour of the day, even as they do for their father Ra, is a reference to the planetary hours. A great deal of confusion has risen from the fact that most researchers into metaphysics have failed to note that most metaphysical references to planets refer not to the celestial bodies themselves, but to the modalities of the life force which they symbolize.
The moon corresponds to the cooling, hence moisturizing state of the life force, the sun to the hot, hence drying state, and so on. These planetary modalities dominate each hour of the day. Each day begins at sunrise with a planet that gives its name the quality, following the tree of life. Saturday begins with Saturn ruling the first hour from sunrise, followed for an hour each by Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, the Moon, and back to Saturn, and so on. Now, if we follow the planets for 24 hours, we will find that the next day, Sunday, will begin with the Sun governing the first hour from sunrise. It will be followed by Venus, Mercury, and so on. The next sunrise will begin with the Moon, followed by Saturn, and so on. For a detailed look at that subject, skip that. And the Orat, or Aureus, the third eye, is none other than the Ajna, the brow chakra of Kundalini Yoga. It is brought into manifestation through the following process. Note that in the following procedure, now push are these note that in the following procedure, you push your stomach out from the lower abdomen during the in-breath and contract it during the out-breath. Now, having decided the objective of your meditation, the focus of both eyes on your brow chakra, breathe in during the first two counts. I'm going to skip this part because it gets, that one gets a little tricky in detail. That'd be more like that. Let's jump over here. Now, the function of the aurat, or the third eye, is not limited to clairvoyance. It is the center that controls all psychic activities. Next to the crown center, it is the second in the hierarchy of our spiritual power. The technique given above is to be applied at the eighth stage of the meditation process. Nourishment of the Aurat center through daily meditation will give you full control over the psychic influences operating your life. Its perfection will enable you to withstand all negative psychic influences without the assistance of herbal baths, incenses, sacrifices, rituals, talismans, and so on. In future chapters, we will learn about the combination of Nekebet and Watchet with 7 planetary powers governing the 7 days of the week, and these are the powers behind the 14 Call of Ra. And I'm at least going to give you the mantra here, and it was mentioning that mantra work to do, and it would be Ong Hong Kshong. Ong, A-U-N-G, Hong, H is in Hector, A-N as in Nancy, G, Kshong, K-S-H-A-N-G, Kshong. And either for playback later or those who want to keep this in this particular meditation, as one would be chanting these words um, within the mind. As doing this, you visualize a brilliant white disc sitting on the center of your forehead, and this is the undifferentiated life force. You wind up visualizing a brilliant white cobra emerging from the left side of the disc, and this is Watchet's highest power of word of power, which is Hong. On the as you move on to Kshong, visualize a brilliant white cobra emerging from the right side of the white disc, and this is Nekebet's highest echo. Repeatedly visualize a woman coming toward you dressed in white, holding a pen, holding an open white book with its pages blank. Look at the blank white page. After several repetitions of this scenario, a message will appear on the blank page. This, along with the hekal given above, is a key to clairvoyance.
The positive western pole of the east and west electrical current of Ra is symbolized by the goddess Sekhet. She is depicted as a red-clad, lion-headed woman who delights in offerings of hard liquor, blood, and meat. She is violent, scorching aspect of the heat of Ra, which is invoked through the Hekal Rang, Rang. She works through the solar plexus, Manipura psychic center, in the form of the serpent goddess Mehernet. She emerges from the forehead of Ra, pouring out her fire to destroy the enemies of Ra, one's life force, specifically shame, spiritual ignorance, thirst, jealousy, treachery, fear, delusion, foolishness, and sadness. In the Metu oracle, she is represented by combinations of a negative watchet card with a negative het Heru. The negative eastern pole of the current of Ra is symbolized by the goddess Bast. She is pictured as a green clad, lion headed woman. She is the warm, fructifying power of the sun that is generated in the womb from sexual passion. She delights in offerings of wine, aphrodisiacs, sweets, vanilla flavored ice cream, cinnamon, honey, and so forth. She works through the sexual swadhisthana, the psychic center. As I processed, as I learned, as I really connected with what I'm reading here and started applying it in my day to day life, I started seeing how all of these aspects not only lived within me, but also lived within those who were around me, people I thought were my enemy, or people who I thought were against me, or people who I was like, man, why you just always keep doing nice things, but bad stuff people treat, they don't appreciate it, or they don't value it, or something's what's going on. And when I read this information for myself and really studied it and really started accepting the realities that I was not only just reading but experiencing, that's when my frustration with other people really deceased, like desisted, stopped. That because I understood, well, they're stuck in that. Well, that's their natal, that's their natural energy. Like when they were born, that time of year, what their life is, that's where they've been. Some people, I know exactly where they are in speaking with them, and I say the correct words, the correct things, and snap, snap, pop, 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 pop. Person's life is all of a sudden better and good because they've been trying to do the good and correct thing, but just didn't know what step to take next. And so, seeing that in everybody, seeing myself, that's really how I can really kind of grasp with people are like, so wait, I'm me and I'm also you, and we're all one. And people have a hard time grasping their mind around that. But when we start seeing energy in, and that energy is on a path of development, when I started looking at it like that, feel really sensing it like that, then that's when I could naturally recognize when a moment was ripe, was opportune for me to be in that company or in that area or be entertaining that information. And then a window closes up, whatever happens, that moment's over and it's time to go. It's not time to be upset, it's not time to be emotionally or good times ending or anything like that, or I got to make this last forever. But truly, truly, um, Just being able to respect each moment for what it is and each person for where they are rather than fighting with them. Being able to present the solution to them and seeing if they want to take it and use it, then they will, without me trying to force it, without me having to reword it, without me trying to push a certain idea. And if they don't, then they obviously won't. And, anyways, help me keep my direction and my point, my focus in life. Whoa, Timothy Frank, 3977, bro. I am in Michigan as well. That's Chicago is not too far from where I am. That is cool, and happy to have you here. And I've been mentioning it a few times. We'll be back live tomorrow each morning. 5 o'clock a.m. is what I've been shooting for to get started. Local time to Chicago there. And if you have any requests or if you have any questions, feel free to send me an email. Setra@yahoo.com. SETCHRA, the name of the channel. Yahoo.com. At yahoo.com. Easy enough email. No numbers or anything like that in there. And I'll be happy to respond or answer. And of course, things might go into spam folder or whatever, so I'll do my best to look at anything there. But I thank y'all for joining. And let's see. Sunday. I'm just going to read where this turned to. It says, I have spoken in your name. I have recited with your magic. I have spoken with your spells. I have conjured with your conjurations, which your heart has devised. They're your sorcery, which have come forth from your mouth, which your father Geb has entrusted to you, which your mother Nut has given to you, which you have been taught by the majesty of the foremost one of Letopolis, in order to ensure your protection, to renew your safeguarding, to close the mouth of any reptile which is in heaven, which is in the earth, which is in the water, to keep the people alive, to perpetuate the gods, to glorify Ra in your hymns. Come quickly to me on this day like the one did for you who handles the steering oar of the divine bark. May you drive away from me all lions on the desert plateau, all crocodiles in the river, all biting snakes in their holes. May you render them for me like pebbles on the desert hills, like pot shards of a jar along the street. May you exorcise for me the pulsating poison that is in all the limbs of this man who is suffering. Take care not to be negligent when you speak about it. See, it will come for you when you are coming for it, with your words directed against it. See, your name is involved with therein. On this day I have created the all for you through your magic, and you have grown in prestige through your magic spells. Through your faith, keep alive to those who suffer from an oppressed throat. Praise is given to you by mankind. Righteousness is adored in your appearance. All the gods are invoked in your likeness. See, your name is invoked, Timothy, on this day. I am Heru, the Savior who ensures protection for you. This spell, true and said, so be it, so be it, so be it. hope you all have a wonderful, blessed Sunday and enjoy life. Dana de Guai. Until we see you next time.